All right. How long? All right, I would like to call this meeting of the Encinitas City Council to order. It is December 14th at 6 p.m. And would the city clerk please call roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hensy?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Kranz.
Here.
The record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
Great, and if you would rise and join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. Okay, thank you. And tonight, item number 4A is a special presentation, and we're going to get a demonstration of the new and approved city website. And we will have the Director of IT, Contreras, will lead us in this conversation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm joined tonight by the web development team behind me to announce that tomorrow afternoon we are going live with a new website. The web is our digital city hall where business, including online permitting, requests for services, and bill pay take place daily. The front page of the news site was redesigned to highlight news, meetings, and events. The color palette that you see before you is based on the city's brand style guide and meets accessibility requirements. Analysis was performed using existing web visitor information to see what users most frequently access. Based on this information, a few things were developed. First, we implemented a global customized search that's available on every page. Next, predominantly on the front page, you see quick access buttons that direct users to the information that we see they visit most frequently. One new feature is the Service Finder. This is an interactive tool that helps guide users to information that they're looking for based on their needs. The site is designed for mobile devices, personal computers, and tablets. We look forward to having you all visit our digital city hall starting tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And I appreciate all the effort that went into this, and I look forward to the improved functionality that is certain to come from it. Thanks. All right, and item 4B tonight is recognition of Josh Gordon as the new fire chief, and I'm going to ask him to join me over there. And it's got to be green. That was red, now it's green. All right, thank you. And with the retirement of Fire Chief Mike Stein, we have had the opportunity to select a new fire chief. And I have the pleasure of introducing Josh Gordon to the Encinitas community. For those of you who may not know Chief Gordon, here's a little bit about his background. Josh has deep family ties to the city of Encinitas, a claim I make occasionally. He grew up in Encinitas and spent most of his youth in the same house on Gardena Road near San Diego High School. Josh attended Cardiff Elementary, Ada Harris Elementary, Oak Crest Junior High School, and graduated from La Costa Canyon High School. Chief Gordon has over 2 decades in public service, both in the private and public sectors. He began his career in the Encinitas Fire Department as a firefighter and has held every rank over the past 12 years. He holds a master's degree from Colorado State University in organizational leadership. And on a personal note, Josh and his wife of 20 years have 2 children, a son Colby and a daughter Kendall, who are excited to support Josh in this next stage of his career. And I'm sure you will join me in congratulating Chief Gordon. Nice to see you have the support of the team. A couple of brief notes. Josh is also the nephew of a high school classmate of mine. That Gordons go back quite a ways. David Gordon and I were in the same class of 1977, so I'm vouching for his deep roots in this community. I also will add that the public safety employees of this city are, I hate to say this with IT and so many other very important employees, but the public safety crew are the most important. And you know, those folks who are willing to don a mask and run into a burning house or put on a bulletproof vest and risk their lives every day, the lifeguards that man the tower along our shoreline and are prepared to go out in terrible conditions to rescue people have my great admiration. So I thank you all. It's great to have your whole team here, and I look forward to your service. We've got some very important work, constantly working to improve response times, working on the very important issues related to evacuation of our rural part of town in Olivenhain. So with that, I will hand the mic over to you for a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and city manager. I appreciate it. This is a big day for me. You know, growing up here, I have a lot of passion and energy for the community of Encinitas. I have, like Mayor Cran said, I have deep roots that go back to Olivenhain in the late 1800s, and the pride and the passion I have for this community is unmeasurable. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my beautiful wife and my family who have supported me through this whole endeavor. They've been a rock. They've been there for the good and the bad, and I appreciate them and I love them very much. I also, you know, you have a lot of firefighters and lifeguards from different cities, actually from Solana Beach, Del Mar, Encinitas, and these guys have been nothing but supportive. It's been one of the most humbling experience of my life, and I couldn't do it without these guys either, so thank you. And then, you know, being able to be the interim chief for a little bit and then also the deputy chief for the last year, one of the bright spots in becoming, you know, a chief in the admin world is the collaboration that you get with the city. And if you look around with all those that are working here behind the desks or behind the computers, development services, you have IT, risk, HR, finance, everything here works together to support each other. And that is a huge piece of information that we all need to remember. And you know, looking forward to the future and the community, I can tell you right now that the citizens and those that visit the city of Encinitas are taken care of when it comes to public safety. We're here for you. We're professionals. We're getting better every single day, and it's all because we want to provide the best service for you guys. So thank you. I appreciate this opportunity I have to serve the citizens, and I look forward to meeting all of you guys when I see you. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And one last word I would like to say that is a point of pride is that he comes from within. I would say to all those who serve in our fire service that, you know, doing the hard work and serving the community in the way you do, we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to advance. And so keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay, it looks like some seating is opening up. Thought there was a big crowd for the first meeting here, but I guess it was Josh that brought them all here. Yeah. With that, we're moving on to item number 5, which is oral communications, and the city clerk will
Call you 3 at a time. We do have 11 right
move
now.
11, okay.
We'll call you 3 at a time, and just to remind you, you have 3 minutes, and this item is for those items that are not listed on the agenda. First speaker is George Heidick, followed by Tiana Heidick, and then Mark Wilcox.
And I would point out, so that you're aware, the oral communications items, since they're off agenda, do not allow for the council to deliberate on the issues. So if we're not responding, it's because the law doesn't allow it.
I thought all those guys came to hear me.
Oh, yes, you thought.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not going to vote for them anymore.
yeah.
Good evening, council members, especially Mayor Krantz, who proves that perseverance is a virtue. George Haydock, Cardiff by the Sea. A few observations for your holiday reflections. Under San Diego County control, apartment building proliferation was the catalyst straw that broke the back of Encinitas to vote to incorporate in 1986. My, how times today have not really changed, with the state of California now dictating what, where, and how many structures are to be built, much to the delight of developers. The voting public be damned, I guess. The e-bike invasion are in reality mini motorcycles in disguise, but they require no written or road test, no minimum age limit, elementary age children use them with passengers allowed, no insurance required to share streets with autos, minimal if any training, parents using them with toddlers strapped into a rear seat along for the ride, a disaster waiting to happen in addition to running red lights and stop signs. They have quickly become a road-sharing hazardous distraction, a menace to autos and pedestrians. Over the years, well-organized lobbies have exerted a tremendous influence on this council, such as those professing bike use and developers exalting public transportation near their projects. I ask, how many of you at this meeting rode your bikes or e-bikes here tonight or on a regular basis for any use? How many took public transportation here or use it to go anywhere on a daily basis, if at all? Finally, let's take a look. Millions of Encinitas city dollars for consultation fees, lawyers, maintenance projects, to enhance road, among countless others. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. However, since this past July, you have found no way to expedite the construction of 2 softball backstops at the Lake Drive Sports Complex, which has left only 2 fields for 300-plus San Diego Girls Softball League girls to use in this city. In addition, they share the small complex with soccer and lacrosse teams. The poorly designed Encinitas Community Park without night lights and shared by numerous teams is a fiasco. We're being told to wait until February or beyond for the backstops. It's not an option. Mr. Mayor, make the over 50% of those who did not vote for you say, maybe this guy can get something accomplished that we believe in, unlike our previous leader in your position. As my wife has repeatedly said, appearing before this city council since 1986 has been a lesson in futility for you. Why do you go? Maybe the simple installation of 2 backstops can change that view. Thank you for listening. Sorry, I got a little nervous.
Thanks, George. And I did ride my bike tonight.
I'm the only one, Mayor.
Yeah.
And Tiana, if you need to raise the, there's a button there that will raise that whole podium.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. I think I'm okay. All right. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Dr. Tiana Haydock. I grew up right here in beautiful Cardiff by the Sea, California. I went to all the schools here. So Cardiff Elementary, Ada Harris, Oak Junior High School when it was called that, San Diego High School when it was a high school. Pretty much as local as they come. My parents, who are pretty athletic, led my brother and I into a kind of athletic lifestyle. And my passion for softball started when I was 8 years old. You're going to hear some others, and I know it might not seem important to you right now, but my softball career led me into many different aspects into my life, which are super important to me. And it might not seem like 2 backstops mean anything to you guys as city council, but it's so important. For me, it was a sense of community. It was a sense of meeting new friends, meeting new families. It was a sense of drive, passion, all that good stuff. And what I'm asking for you today is whoever is in charge of the backstops, the heart and soul of the Cardiff Sports Park for the softball are the bottom 2 fields. Okay, they're deemed unsafe right now. It's taken a lot of time for you guys to figure this out. I've watched a whole housing unit go across the street from San Diego High School over the summer. We're talking about 2 backstops. This is an affluent neighborhood. I don't know what the problem is. I understand kind of, sort of, but I need some of you, one of you, to see this through because it means a whole bunch. I came back, I'm a 2-time national champion from playing softball in college. It means a lot. I came back, I'm a coach. I've coached all-stars, I've coached select teams, I've coached rec teams. I want to give back to my community. I'm representing 300+ little girls right now who want to play. And if we don't have those 4 fields that we share with, as my father said, not only soccer, football, but lacrosse. What else, John? Rugby. Okay, men's softball, right? We share a lot. I know it's not our fields, but this is women's softball, and it's the only 4 fields that we have to play on. So if you could, I mean, I have this whole big speech, and I'm super passionate about it, but I need somebody. I tell my girls to be accountable, to do their best, go out there and work hard. I need somebody in this up here to kind of follow through, be held accountable, and make sure that these backstops get finished before we start at the end of February. Like, we have a softball tournament that makes a lot of money for us. This season in fall, it's just a different vibe. Couldn't use those 2 fields, couldn't use really the snack bar, and that's a big money maker for us. So please, I'm begging you, we're at your mercy right now. Please give us those backstops as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Wilcox, followed by Terry Ann Skelly, and then John Bandy.
Good evening, City Council, and congratulations, Mayor Krantz and members Eilers and Lindas. I'm the father of young adult children and grandparent to teenage grandchildren. I am a person who cares about the good health of my family and the citizens of Encinitas like you all do. I wanted to share a recent Wall Street Journal editorial entitled "The Progressive Paradox on Marijuana: Tobacco, Bad, Vaping, Bad, Marijuana, Good, for some strange reason." The editorial reports on the study published last week in the journal Radiology that finds that marijuana smokers had even higher rates than tobacco smokers of emphysema and airway inflammation. And of course, both marijuana and tobacco smokers had astronomically higher rates than non-smokers. Emphysema is one of the most preventable respiratory illnesses because it is so strongly linked to smoking. Yet over 3 million people in the United States have been diagnosed with emphysema. Emphysema is recognizable by its shortness of breath and coughing, especially during exercise or physical exertion. This continues to get worse until breathing is difficult all the time, even when resting. Because most patients aren't diagnosed until stage 2 or 3, the prognosis for emphysema is often poor, and the average life expectancy is only about 5 years. With marijuana storefronts coming to Encinitas, I wonder where might people have gotten the idea that smoking or vaping marijuana is safe. Quoting the Wall Street Journal editorial, it says, quote, "It's remarkable how politicians have tried to fit in with the cultural cool kids in its support of smoking and vaping pot," end quote. One example of politicians trying to fit in with the cultural cool kids seems to be the enabling of marijuana storefronts throughout our county. Our good health should not have become politicized, but supported by sound policies that do not include promoting marijuana or tobacco use or sale of their products. Politicians seem to understand that about tobacco. What's the holdup with marijuana? Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Terry Ann Skelly, and I'm a mother of 3 adult sons. I volunteer on many youth projects in the San Diego region, and especially projects involving promoting good, healthy choices. Many of us are concerned about the mental health problems of high school students, college students, and young adults in general. We are concerned with the role of marijuana use by young adults and how it affects their mental health, especially now that Encinitas has marijuana storefronts opening up. Marijuana businesses are nefarious in the predatory advertising, ensnaring youth into vaping and using marijuana. I would hope that a careful look at the past ballot measure that brought these marijuana storefronts into Encinitas after heavy financial outlay by big marijuana would find a way to mitigate these advertisings and promotions. Many parents and educators listened to an excellent webinar entitled "Where Does Cannabis Go in the Body and How It May Affect Teenagers' Brains?" The presenter was a highly regarded researcher who had been studying the effects of cannabis compounds on behavior and brain regions since 2000. She described the adolescent brain and the effects of the psychoactive compound tetrahydrocannabinoid, or THC, the main component of marijuana. She noted that marijuana interrupts the extremely important synaptic pruning that occurs in the brain between early childhood and adulthood, and it disrupts the excitatory-inhibitory balance of neural networks. The resulting negative outcome is staggering for young adults and families who care about them. The journey into adulthood with education and economic demands is difficult at best. To be burdened with the intellectual and emotional challenges brought on by vaping and ingesting marijuana is just plain cruel. The repercussions of marijuana businesses is that it normalizes marijuana use to teens and young adults who think of it as some sort of choice for relieving stress and anxiety. I know our city supports the county's Live Well vision of building better health, living safely and thriving. However, I feel that this vision is being hijacked by marijuana businesses and the commercialization here in Encinitas. Thank you for listening to me.
Next speaker is John Bandy, followed by Lauren Calderon, followed by Brian Blair.
Hi, my name is John Bandy, and I've been at the council meeting a couple times speaking about the backstops, but I don't have to now because I have some friends. Coach Tiana and I think Coach Scott Curry is going to be speaking. So I'm going to take the time to discuss my other daughter's detention at Oakcrest for being tardy. I try to get 2 daughters to OPE and then my other daughter to Oakcrest. And it is a cluster. It is impossible. You need a light at Ballure and Oakcrest where you go into the community center. You need a guard. You need something. I have tried every time to get in and out. And who I want, I told her, I said, you're not going to serve this detention for being 3 minutes tardy. We're going to have whoever is in charge of traffic. And I don't know that, I dealt with somebody with speed bumps 20 years ago here, a wonderful gentleman, but I want the traffic engineer to go serve that detention. And I want them to go watch pickup and drop off at that school. It's ridiculous. It is not well designed. Something needs to be done. You need to have guards out on the street that aren't sitting on the ground. It is a game of chicken, and it's impossible to get the kids to school at the right time. And I won't take her there early because I don't want her near the homeless camp across the street. I could take her there first. So we need to look at that because all the new building that's going in, we can't handle the traffic right now. You can't handle the schools right now. So you're approving all this, and it's going to just get worse. It's going to be impossible. So let's do something about it, and I will get the time and date for the traffic engineer. So it's just an hour. He just has to sit there. He can't do any homework. He can't do anything. He just has to sit quietly while he serves my daughter's detention, because she's not going to. And I can't wait to come back in January to congratulate you on the beautiful backstops that are going in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Calderoni, and my daughter has played in the San Diego Youth Softball League for over 5 years now. Over the past 5 years, I have spent countless hours volunteering, and my husband and I have sponsored close to a dozen teams. I'm here to voice my disappointment in the city's ability to replace the backstops in a timely manner. Fall ball has come and gone with no backstops, and we are now headed into our spring season. I would like you to know that the message you are sending my daughter, along with hundreds of other girls in this city, is that they aren't important enough to make this a priority, that the sport they love is not valued in their community. This is simply unacceptable. We have been to El Cajon, Vista, San Marcos, Oceanside, Escondido, and countless other cities. All those cities have backstops. It is embarrassing that Encinitas can't provide something this simple. I would also like to ask you to ask yourselves, if this had been a baseball league, would you have treated them with the same lack of urgency? My gut tells me no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Blair, who'll be followed by Scott Curry and then Morgan Curry.
Hi, congratulations, Mayor Krantz and Councilman Ehlers. I love our democracy and the right to vote, the right to be heard and to affect change as a citizen, and in that vein, I'm here with appreciation for the recent unanimous vote to initiate a traffic calming study for Quail Gardens Drive, but also in hopes that this effort moves forward in an expeditious manner. I have a brief map. The yellow is the neighborhoods that feed onto Quail Gardens Drive between Leucadia and Encinitas Boulevard. The pink are the 2 new condo apartments that have been approved, and the purple arrows reflect the sources of additional cars who use this road as a high-speed cut-through street because they can go 45+ miles an hour anytime with nothing to slow them down. So the ask, in short, I think the most logical approach to this stretch is a slower speed limit, a few stop signs, and some speed bumps given their low cost. Maybe longer-term plans to do roundabouts given their higher cost and need for more planning. But I came here I want to mention a couple of brief things I noticed recently. The Botanical Gardens are having a beautiful light show right now, and you should go see it. But not just to see the lights, but to see what an absolute nightmare this is to get in and out of that place. This is one of the great gems of our city. The Botanical Gardens are a gift. But getting in and out of there is such a nightmare. They have to hire people with these little flashlight things. They put up these little temporary lights. If we just put in great traffic calming on this street, that won't be necessary because cars will go an appropriate speed limit and they'll be able to go in and out of the Botanical Gardens with no problems. Check it out. The other thing I want to highlight is I was driving the streetscape the other day, and the roundabouts are brilliant and they're beautiful. They slow you down and they look really, really nice. And the speed bumps, whoever designed these, they're brilliant. They slow you down, but they don't feel like they're ruining your car as you go over them. And so I want to just propose that as we consider this traffic calming for Quail Gardens Drive, which is underway, that we consider taking some of the things we've learned from the design elements of the streetscape and implementing them in this really important stretch of road. And I think it's important because we're adding population here. I know we're soon going to find out whether we're going to add even more population here with another apartment complex. But between the gardens, all these homes in yellow, these 2 new units that have 140 and 250 people, the school and the Botanic Gardens, I mean, there's like 30,000 people that are going to be going to this light show. They want 60,000, but 30,000. Let's take some of these learnings of what we've done on the streetscape and try and implement them into this super important area of our beautiful city. Thanks for the time, and thanks for this, and thanks for, gosh, I want these baseball things too. I love the voice of these people, of people in the city who come and who care, and it's been a pleasure to listen to everybody tonight. Thanks.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Krantz. My name is Scott Curry. We live on Chapelita Drive. I have 2 daughters, aged 10 and 13. I spend hundreds of hours a year volunteering as a parent, coach, and board member for San Diego Youth Softball Association. Softball has been one of the best experiences we could possibly imagine for our girls and family. Confidence gained, lifelong friendships formed, a sense of community at a time when common ground can be hard to find. And I'm not alone. There are dozens of others in the community that contribute their time, effort, and occasionally tears for hundreds of girls each year. As a result of these efforts, we're experiencing back-to-back record registration in our league. It looks like we will have 31 teams this year. And we host many tournaments, one of which is Memorial Day weekend. Conservative estimate by me, think it pumps tens of thousands of dollars into local businesses when over 70 teams bring their families to our city for 4 days. Again, all volunteer work. I'd like to share why I really do all this. In my view, perhaps there's no better tool than youth sports to build important character traits and values. Community, teamwork, perseverance, learning from failure, communication, and a sense that you can achieve something through hard work and dedication. We aren't trying to produce elite softball players, like you, Tiana. We are trying to build strong girls in Encinitas, who will be even stronger women someday. I'm doing everything I can for these girls. The question is the city? I do not think the answer is yes on that. 150 days ago, on August 7th, one of the backstops fell down at Cardiff Sports Park. 5 weeks later, in early September, the other backstop was deemed unsafe and removed. I know, I was there. The fields have sat this way ever since. Originally, we were told that we, a nonprofit of volunteers, would need to pay. Then we were told, wait until next year, and thankfully some other folks wrote letters and came here in October and let you know that starting the process in 2023 was unacceptable. On November 18, you said the contractor ordered the materials and a lead time of 4 to 6 weeks on those materials. Well, here we are 4 weeks later. Now we're being told mid-February installation. If that new date holds true, which I doubt, are we to applaud it taking 7.5 months to put up fencing? Games start in mid-February. The girls want to start practicing in January. And let me be very clear. We are 100% screwed as a league if these backstops are not put in by mid-February. We have lost thousands of dollars in Snack Shack revenue because we could not host games in the fall. We are the ones with the shortfall to purchase balls, which are $6 each, nets and other equipment, pay umpires, and be sure the girls have jerseys they're proud of. Oh, and also to repair the dirt fields ourselves, which the city does not. So please, no more delays, no more excuses. This is a failure to the community, and most importantly, this is a failure to hundreds of girls. They deserve better. I think they deserve an apology too. I do not know who is accountable for this. Someone needs to be held accountable. And I ask, what should I tell my daughters about why there was no movement for months and why there was no urgency from day one? Thank you.
Next speaker is Morgan Curry, followed by Peggy Walker, and then Scott Campbell.
Hello, council members. I'm Morgan Curry. I've been playing softball since I was 5 years old. This fall season, our team was assigned to practice on the lower fields that have not had backstops for more than months. We could only do so much without backstops. For example, as a pitcher, I did not get to practice live pitching, and our team could not practice off live pitching. Wild pitches and foul balls would hit cars in the parking lot. I was looking forward to many games this season at Cardiff Sports Park, but instead, I had to play out of town. We were informed that we would get new backstops for the new season, but I'm disappointed that we won't be here anytime soon. I feel as if backstops would bring joy to all of us girls so we could practice and compete in the sports that we love. Please do not steal another one of our seasons. Instead, install backstops as soon as possible. Thank you for listening.
That is a hard act to follow. So the first thing I want to say is I'm for a baseball backstop, please. I'm Peggy Walker, and I work in public health and youth advocacy. And as you know, those of us who work in public health and prevention work very hard for policies that make tobacco, alcohol, and drugs less accessible to young people, and with good reason. Data show local marijuana-related ER and poison control cases are rising significantly. Fentanyl has reached a crisis situation, killing children as young as 12 in our county. Narcan has become a household staple. Marijuana ingestion by young children is now called a pediatric crisis by medical professionals, and surveys show that 1 in 7 youth vape tobacco and marijuana, 1 in 7. As we come to year end, one of the best new policies protecting our youth is Prop 31, banning the sale of most flavored tobacco products, hookah is accepted, in stores and in vending machines. This ban was overwhelmingly approved in November by 64% of voters. We had good news Monday when a request by R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company and other tobacco interests for an emergency injunction to block that new law, Prop 31, was denied by the U.S. Supreme Court. It now takes effect this month, and many are asking what happens next. Essentially, sales of most flavored tobacco products and flavor enhancers, meaning any product with a flavor other than tobacco flavor, are prohibited for sale in stores and vending machines in our city. Violators will pay a $250 penalty. Prop 31 is an indictment against Big Tobacco's targeting of youth with kid-friendly flavors, the marketing of harmful products, and their devastating impact on health and the environment. This speaks well to plans by this city to consider banning public tobacco use here, which will be visited by this council next month and is under consideration by the Encinitas Environment Commission, who is drafting a draft ordinance. So this will serve health and environmental concerns, including Ocean Conservancy, and we are looking forward to that discussion. Thank you very much, and a healthy and happy holiday and New Year.
Next speaker is Scott Campbell, followed by Sheila Cameron.
Good evening. My name is Scott Campbell, and I live in District 1. Welcome to our new fire chief and our safety officers and staff and our new council, particularly Bruce, brand new up here. Oh, no, this is for later on. These are for the agenda items. This is free form. First off, last month, I went down to Pono Beach, and one of our franchisees, Surf and Fire, was having an event for disadvantaged youth. And I thought it was a great event. I just wanted to shout out for them. They provided staff and equipment. It was a great thing. I had some comments on Streetscape, and you guys beat me to the punch. The sharp, hard edges on the cement, somebody grinded them. I've got to assume it's a steady. I'm assuming it's going on, and I think it's a good thing. We should establish some sort of minimum radius. The sharp 90 degrees is just not pleasant for anybody. While I was researching for my application for the infrastructure task force last weekend after it rained, I said, you know what? I should go check out some of my district that I don't know much about. And I went to Villa Amargosa, where there's a giant drain culvert. And there was a lot of water flowing through. I was kind of shocked. I never really looked at it. I climbed down there, walked in there. There's a lot of debris and a lot of potential for problems if we have much more rain. And I suggest the council send somebody to go take a look. I mean, I might be wrong. I'm not a civil engineer, but it looked like it could get bad with new growth. And it looked like there's invasive plants in there also. The softball people. 20 years ago, I was a Pop Warner coach. We used to get bombed by the nighttime softball guys. But in the afternoon when we were starting, it was to the minute when the girls would get off the field and we would get on the field. And I believe the backstops were kind of jacked up then too. Maybe it's time to revisit lights at Hall Park. That was a huge thing. It was a huge thing. But now what do we have? We have lights on the freeway. It didn't really work out that great. There's lights anyway. So maybe, and Hall Park is underutilized, particularly at night. I think that would be a good resource. Wow, I wasted a lot of time. I hope I can give it an extra 30 seconds. I came up here with a Christmas wish list, actually. Number one, I want the city to repeal all the emergency ordinances, the COVID and all of that stuff. It's time. It's been 2 years. It's over. President Biden says it's over. The Department of Defense is no longer mandating vaccines. It's time. I request that the city council make some sort of effort that all developments, particularly these new large ones, have no variances. All these contestable things all year was about variances. We need a pad height. We need a density bonus. We need everything. Let's just try to get no variances. These variances are really imparting these apartments. Let me read this. Permanent concession to allow for increased perpetual cash flow is what we're doing. By guaranteeing these variances that come against everybody in the city, they get in perpetual cash flow. I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Sheila Cameron.
Are you lifting it up because I'm tall or what?
Is that adequate?
Yeah, sure, it's fine. Appreciate the special attention. Sheila Cameron, Lacadia. I'm here because I couldn't be here last night to say congratulations to the mayor and Joy. And you two played musical chairs, but Bruce is new, and we're very proud of you. And we know that you'll bring experience and knowledge and integrity to this position. We're counting on you, so thank you. Mayor, you acknowledge that 53% of the people voted against you. And you said you were not ignorant of that fact and you'd give it some weight. Then in the second sentence, you said, well, we're going to focus and proceed the same way we have for the last 10 years. I think there was a message there. To me, those two statements back to back were an oxymoron. And I really think that you need to think about the fact, I'm pleased that you're mayor, but I think you need to think that 53% did not vote for you. What I would like to see you do is move forward with a leadership style that is creative thinking and changing and looking at a lot of alternative ways that we can do things in the city. You've heard a little bit about the housing and traffic. Maybe they don't have the background we do on some of the things we have tried to prevent. Tried to not have 30 units per acre, which turn into 42 units per acre, which turn into 55 units per acre, and the traffic that goes with them. It's a nightmare now at 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the afternoon on any of our surface streets. And I'll say one thing to people. It's Christmas, you're driving. Take it easy, will you? Stop at stop signs. Don't go through malls as if you're on the freeway. I had an accident this year. Panel truck looked at me. I was going down 101. He said, oh, I can make it. And he pulled out in front of me and smashed my whole front end. He thought he had time. I was doing the speed limit. My husband was going through Saxony at Lacadia Boulevard. Boom, guy just decided he'd ignore the stop sign. This is happening all over the city. It only takes a few seconds to slow down, pay attention, and not either kill somebody else or get yourself killed or get injuries or go through the grievance of having to get a new car, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, that's my combination of things I had to say in oral comments. Again, congratulations to all of you. We expect great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Mayor, that does conclude oral communications.
Okay. Thank you all for your comments. I would like to ask Director Carlin to come up and update the public on the situation with the backstops.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz and members of the council, and thank you to all the community members who came out to speak on this item. We actually started this conversation well before August. We realized that the backstops at Cardiff Sports Park are nearing their life expectancy, and so we already started talking with the group, San Diego Youth Softball, about a possible replacement out there. And I think what one of the speakers alluded to is the cost being paid for by San Diego Youth Softball. And that is true. When we were looking at it at that point, we were looking at possible grant funding that they were going to apply for to help pay for those backstops. Well, then shortly after that, we had a backstop fail. And what had happened at that point is staff got on it right away, and we found some funding in our Parks and Recreation budget to fund the replacement of the two backstops. the one that failed, and then the one that was deemed unsafe by a consultant. And so we got on that right away. This process is typically a long process, and the reason that this process is long is because the backstops that were there initially are an old design. They don't do that type of design anymore. So we are bringing the backstops up to the new design, which is the same design that we have out at ECI. However, the measurements and such are not the same. So we took this through a special process as far as an RFP process. It's called a CUP process. It's essentially a co-op that we can tap into to make the process go faster, and we can utilize contractors that are on that contract. Once we got through that contract process, that was a couple weeks, we worked with Roy Sapow and his team in development services and planning, and really expedited this process and honed in on what different permits were required, and we got on with the building official right away to get that approved. We finally got that approved a couple weeks ago. We've ordered the materials. They're being fabricated and shipped to us, and we were about 6 weeks out the last time I gave an update, so now we're about 3 to 4 weeks out as far as receiving the materials, and then it takes about a week or two to build the backstops. So we are confident that we can meet the deadline of February 1st and get those done. So we appreciate the patience. In the meantime, we have done, we have accommodated the group, some field allocations over at what is referenced as the Hall property, Encinitas Community Park, on Sundays specifically. And we've also worked with the group to develop a way for them to have modified practices on those fields in the meantime. We absolutely want to see safe fields in the very near future, and we appreciate the patience that the community has had.
Okay, thank you for the update, and I share the frustration. I have a long history of involvement at that field, and the goal of having facilities for softball players, girls softball especially, I think I want to say that it is a high priority. Baseball wouldn't have been treated any differently, so we will continue to monitor this and expedite it as much as possible. And it looks like the city manager would also like to comment.
You know, I will say too, I just really want to assure the public, we are not deliberately withholding the backstops. There is a supply chain issue across the country, and so our staff is literally calling every day to try to see if we can expedite, pay additional monies to get it here faster. But I can assure you, we are not just withholding backstops from anyone.
Okay, thank you for the reports, and thanks to the public for the comments. With that, we're on to item number 6, which is a report from closed session. There was no closed session. Item number 7, City Clerk, have there been any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, there are no changes to the posted agenda, and then moving to the consent calendar, item 8H has been pulled by a member of the public.
8H, and
That is the short-term vacation rental.
okay, so that leaves us with 8A through G and 8I through L.
Yeah, I was interested in pulling 2 of them for some informational questions.
Okay.
So it would be F and G.
8F.
And I don't need a staff report.
8G. Okay, so.
I
Is
apologize.
there a motion on the
This being
remaining?
my first time.
No, that's okay.
I wanted to make sure I didn't get all my questions
That's all right.
answered ahead of time.
Yes, and that would mean I'd entertain a motion with the remaining items. Do we need to clarify what those items are?
I've got it.
Okay.
I will move approval, and I will abstain from item 8H, and I will also recuse myself from that item.
Okay.
I'll second.
And then I should also recuse myself from B, the minutes, because I was not present for that meeting.
Okay.
So even though I'll vote on the whole.
All right, then, I would like to say that the one comment I would make is related to 8I, and that's the acceptance of a donation of public art by artist James Stone, and I very much appreciate that gift. And Look forward to its installation at the Public Works Yard. So with that, we're ready to vote.
Just wanted to clarify, Councilmember Ehlers, are you abstaining or are you recusing yourself from the minutes?
Whatever the city attorney says is the correct thing to do when I wasn't on the council at the time.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Perfect. All right. You ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Same problem as last night.
Use your mouse. It's not touch screening for whatever reason.
Oh, it used to be.
I was in that seat yesterday. and
This
found
is
that
not
out.
touchscreen, but those, okay, that's why, because I was sitting down there most recently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that moves us to item 8F. So, Councilman Ehlers?
Yeah, the questions I had were, the permit wasn't very detailed, and it didn't say, I just wanted to clarify, how many people are allowed? I gathered from, it's up to 2,000, and I guess I should look at staff for that?
So for a major special event, 2,000 is the threshold, and so they could have 5,000 or more, like a street fair, for example, would have 40,000.
Yeah.
But for this year's event, they had about less than 500 attendees and participants.
Okay, great. And just to clarify, this is the second year we're approving it. If we do it here, from then on out, it's simply an administrative approval by the city manager for the same size. And my question would be, it sounds like I understand that correctly, I see you nodding yes. My question would be, what if it grows to 10 and 20,000? What recourse do we have to bring it back to city council in the future, let's say 5 years from now?
Well, if it's over 2,000, it's a major special event, and so when the applicant submits their application, we would evaluate at that time, and Marine Safety has some input on that as well, to see if the
Okay.
facility can handle a crowd of that size.
Okay, appreciate that. That's good, I'm good.
So then, would you like to make a motion?
I still have G.
Oh, well, we'll take these each one at a time.
Okay, got it. I'll make a motion to approve 8F.
I'll second that.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8G.
Similarly, I don't need a staff report on this. I had a couple of questions. Let's see, so from what I understand, we've expended roughly 170,000 over 2 years on these set of contracts. Before we approve the extension, what kind of results did we get? I didn't see that in the staff report. How many, did we get grants? What happened? What were the results of the first 2 years of work?
Sure. So under the first 2 years of work, our STC traffic in particular applied for HSIP Cycle 8, 9, and 10 grants, and they were successful in getting over 5 grant-funded projects. So, for example, several of those projects are about to start construction soon, such as the Cycle Track Phase 2, the walkway to Solana Beach, the Encinitas, or El Camino Real Z crossing. Also during that time, STC helped submit applications for several active transportation program grants. Several of those we're still waiting awards from Caltrans, so we're expecting in March of 2023 to hear back on 3 different ATP grants. And then the majority of the money that was spent with Via Civil or Task 2 Via Civil was for grant administration. So what they mostly did was take already existing grant-funded projects and just assist staff with making sure that quarterly grant reports were submitted on time, help prepare invoices for Caltrans and other grant authorities, and just basically help staff with outside expertise and in particular areas such as traffic and mobility.
Okay, great. So it sounds like it more than paid for itself, and it did exactly what we'd hoped. There was a section 1.3 in the contract, and it talked about a limit on the increase. And I was just curious, it looked like we're going from 90,000 a year up to, what, 110, or 90,000 over 2 years, up to 110, and that's roughly a 22% increase. And there was a clause in there about the renewal period shouldn't increase more than, and I forget the exact percentage, but it seemed to be less than 22. And I just wanted to make sure that we're not violating the clause in the contract there with the increase per 2 years.
Could you repeat the section of the contract, please?
Yeah, section 1.3.
Sure. So the item before you tonight, it's just requesting additional contract capacity. So in terms of violating the language in the contract, we just decided to allocate 110,000 of additional funding. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Their rates are going to stay the same. We're not increasing their rates at all.
Okay, thank you. That answers it. Those are my questions. Good. So I'll make a motion to approve item 8G.
I'll second that motion.
Motion carries unanimously. And then that takes us to item 8H, and we do have 4 public speakers. And then as noted earlier, Councilmember Hensy is recusing herself from this item and is leaving the council chambers.
Okay, very good. Public speakers, please. Unless there are preliminary questions. Bruce, you got any? No?
I'm good.
All right, our 3 public speakers are Paul Peterson, Wendy Peterson, Kimberly Jackson, and then Jessica Solano is registering opposition to the recommended action but does not wish to speak.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Paul Peterson. I am a resident for 70 years, and I currently have a short-term rental property. I rise in opposition of the new ordinance, and I urge you to vote no, and thank you very much.
Wendy?
Good evening. We also have I'm Paul's wife. We have a short-term rental. We live on property. I urge you to vote no on this. I think it's a bit of an overreach without considering the each individual rental. I believe most people have tried to comply. There's a few that haven't, and I think this needs to be taken into consideration. And please reconsider that. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Kimberly. I'm here on behalf of Vacation Rentals by Kimberly, and I manage a number of homes for families in Encinitas. Most of them are families that have been on work assignments elsewhere or have decided to travel during COVID. It's not usually a permanent situation. It's usually to cover their households while they're out of their home. I'm here to ask you to please vote no on this ordinance. I feel this is government overreach. Most important to me is that this new ordinance takes bedrooms away from homeowners. You guys have started looking at closet spaces, and if they're not built-in closets, you're taking that bedroom away from that homeowner, which then takes money out of their pockets. As mentioned before, the Maria Resort does not have closets either. They have armoires. So why do we have to have built-in closets, but they don't? That doesn't make sense. The market cap, there's a lot of families in town that their circumstances could change, and by imposing these market caps, you're restricting homeowners from utilizing their properties how they wish to make ends meet. We're coming into a recession, and you're really going to put pressures on families that need this income. We're almost at those market cap numbers, and once we hit those, everybody else will be boxed out of being able to rent their home less than 30 nights in length. That's not very fair. There isn't even a problem. We pulled the PIR data, and there weren't statistics showing there was a problem. So why are we imposing more rules and regulations? Let's work with what we have. When there's a problem, you get a ding on your permit, and then you pull their permit when they have 3 dings. Coastal Commission rejected the City of Del Mar's ordinance because the City of Del Mar was not listening to their people. And I'm worried this is going to happen here too. So the Coastal Commission still has to stamp this, and their goal is to allow access to the coastline to the masses. The price per bedroom in a vacation rental that also has a kitchen, also has a yard with fencing for dogs to play and kids to run around in, the night per stay in a vacation rental is much less costly than $1,000 a night, 1 room at Maria. So the Coastal Commission supports vacation rentals, and I really hope that you vote no against this ordinance. Thanks so much for listening. Good night.
That does conclude public speakers.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Krantz. I just want to reiterate some things that we've said in the past about the short-term vacation rental ordinance that's here for the second reading today. And that is that we formed a subcommittee, I guess it was over a year and a half ago, that Mayor Krantz and I were both heading up the subcommittee. We had a lot of meetings with people in the community, in the neighborhoods, general homeowners, but also those who have their business that are short-term vacation rentals. And we've really done a lot of working with the community over the last year and a half to hone what's in front of us here today, which is the same thing that was in front of us at the first reading. I want to call to a certain point that sometimes I think gets misunderstood, and that is that these changes only apply to those homes where the whole home is being rented. They don't apply when you live on the property. So that's a significant piece of information, because this is not a regulation for all short-term vacation rentals. It's for those where it's a whole home rental. So I wanted to clarify that. And I did want to try to clarify the bedroom question, because we've gotten a lot of questions about, well, I've always had 4 bedrooms. Why do I only have 3 now? Because one of them didn't have a closet. And it's because of our definition in our city code of what a bedroom is. And that's a code clarification that we need to abide by, because it applies to our development services and how we permit our construction, and a kind of a bigger picture of what is a bedroom. The reason it's a different way to look at it than, say, a hotel is that a home is intrinsically a different kind of property than a hotel. So when you're renting your short-term vacation rental of your home, we do need to use a definition of what a bedroom is, and a bedroom does need to have a closet. And now I don't know if you're going to say that you agree with me, but I'm just hoping that I can help clarify that. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Is staff going to answer about the closets and bedrooms?
Deputy Mayor Lyons summarized it very well. The California Building Code also has building code regulations for bedroom size, which is also applicable to the bedroom. And those bedrooms actually constitute how much occupancy can be in the short-term rentals. So as staff has been going out and conducting our inspections of the short-term rentals to make sure that they're in compliance with health and safety regulations, as well as the record of the property and the bedroom counts on file, we are, going through that process and requesting, those bedrooms be turned into an actual bedroom to conform with the definition, or if it's not, then their short-term rental application would need to be amended and updated accordingly.
And one of the differences we're seeing now is that permits were previously issued without on-site inspections, or what is the difference between how we're issuing permits now versus prior to this ordinance?
And so with the update that went into effect in the beginning of the year, we instituted an inspection program for all the short-term rentals. And so as those inspections had been occurring, staff had found that there were discrepancies with the property records as well as what's being shown at the site when they're doing the inspections. And so they've been requesting the documentation to be updated accordingly.
And I don't recall when we were comparing what we were proposing with other jurisdictions, was the issue of bedrooms and this inspection, do other jurisdictions do that as well, have the same rules?
No, that was something that the city wanted to do to get the inspections in place.
Did
Yeah,
you push your little button?
Question,
Yes, Bruce.
Yeah, okay, great. I'll find it.
Yeah.
I've been chair most recently, so I didn't have to push the button to talk, so it's a different role for me. The council member Lyons brought up a question I want to make sure I understand. The cap doesn't just apply to hosted or non-hosted, it applies to non-hosted plus hosted, correct?
The cap is for non-hosted short-term rentals, and it's citywide and also based off the communities west of the I-5.
Okay, so hosted can go beyond that completely.
Correct.
Okay. I had not understood that, so I appreciate that.
All right, I would move approval.
I'll second.
Motion carries with Councilmember Hensy absent. And we're going to get.
They're going to get Councilmember Hensy, and that takes care of the consent calendar. With that, we'll move into item 10A, which is a public hearing and introduction of City Council Ordinance 2022-21, amending our municipal tree ordinance.
And Mayor, we do have 2 public speakers at this time.
Okay.
Evening, Mayor, council members. For those of you who do not know me, I am the city arborist, Chris Kallstrand, here this evening to chat with you all about the Encinitas Municipal Code amendment for the heritage tree definition. The purpose of this meeting, or of this presentation this evening, is to introduce City Council to Ordinance 2022-21, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, amending Section 15.02.030, definitions of Chapter 15.02, Municipal Tree Ordinance of the Encinitas Municipal Code. A little bit of background. Encinitas Municipal Tree Ordinance, Chapter 15.02, was adopted by City Council in 2017. I believe that was the same year I started as the city arborist. It was established as established by the ordinance. The city's Urban Forestry Advisory Committee was formed that year as well. The Urban Forest Advisory Committee does review and provide comments on city plans and policies related to urban forestry, including the consideration of heritage tree applications. Background continued. During August 25th, 2022 UFAC meeting, the committee members reviewed an application that came in. This application had several trees associated with it, and the UFAC moved unanimously to recommend that the trees do not meet the criteria to become individual heritage trees based on the existing ordinance language, meaning that we have very specific that it needs to hit one of several criteria, but they felt that as an individual, none of them met that criteria, but as a group, they do. but that they didn't feel comfortable with the language that's involved. So here we are this evening. Their interpretation of the current ordinance meant that they only considered each tree of the application individually and not collectively as a group. As such, the UFAC recommended amending the municipal tree ordinance, came up with some additional language at the meeting to allow for the consideration of multiple trees as a heritage grove versus the individual heritage trees. As the language is written currently, a heritage tree means a tree of community significance located in the city on public or private property designated by the city in accordance with the following criteria. That is one of the oldest and largest of its species, is of unique form or species, has historic significance due to an association with a historic building, site, street, person, or event, or is a defining landmark or significant outstanding feature of a neighborhood. This definition would add to this is that if a group of trees within a neighborhood collectively meet one or more of the heritage tree criteria, then that group may be designated a heritage grove. And each tree that is identified individually as a significant part of that heritage grove shall be considered a heritage tree. The designation of a heritage tree and/or heritage grove on private property requires the written consent of the private property owner in a form deemed sufficient by the city attorney. And then this would be associated with a definition update, which would state a heritage grove means a group of trees that collectively meet one or more of the heritage tree criteria that was previously approved by City Council. Brief analysis: by establishing this definition of a heritage grove, the draft ordinance would allow UFAC to consider multiple trees under the same heritage tree application, and they've already said that if this change were to happen, they would be comfortable with application that recently came in, but where it was denied. They provide discretion. It would provide discretion when it comes to determining which trees are considered significant enough to the overall heritage grove to meet the heritage tree criteria. And then residents, they may be more encouraged to submit heritage tree applications if they feel that the grove or grouping of trees is significant to their piece of the community. So that's all I have this evening. Be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. How proximal do the trees need to be be considered a grove?
We haven't taken that into consideration yet. I think it would be within, I mean, to me, they would need to maybe touching canopy or crown within a community, or if there's two that maybe framed it, you know, a certain aspect of walkway. But that would be left open, I think, to the discretion of the UFAC.
Okay. And then the other question is, I usually pay very close attention to these tree conversations. I was on maternity leave when this discussion came up, so I wasn't here. But so the UFAC was saying that these trees are significant and they're a defining landmark because of the fact that they're a grove. So that's essentially what the update is that sometimes you have a whole grove that's a defining characteristic, and that's what we want to protect.
Exactly. The trees are magnificent. They're Torrey pines and they're great, but they don't meet any of those four pieces that we currently have. At least they felt that they did not, and they felt that really what the defining feature of that neighborhood is that grove, and so they felt more comfortable being able to pass that rather than on an individual basis, because individually they're not as old as some of the other heritage trees. They weren't planted. It just didn't meet that criteria.
Got it. Thank you. That's very cute and a very Encinitas distinction.
Yeah.
Okay, the other question that I would have is, there are several other places where there is a reference to heritage trees in our municipal code. Will there be an update to all those chapters, paragraphs, to include heritage groves?
I believe so, that the change in language would be throughout all the documents within the
Is that
city.
how it would work? I see several other paragraphs. We've changed the definition to add heritage groves, and we have a lot of areas where heritage trees are mentioned. Is there an update that's required to other areas of the municipal code?
if those sections. Thank you. If those sections are not contained with this ordinance would have to be amended to include those sections, or would have to adopt another ordinance to amend those sections.
Okay, so might be worth a search because, yeah, there are some significant references having to do with protection of trees. And then the other question I had relates to the application process. If a member of our community is requesting heritage tree or heritage grove status on trees that are on private property, is the property owner notified and part of the application process before it gets to the UFAC, or does the UFAC consider the application without the consent of the private property owner?
No, as it is written, that before it can be considered, if it is on private property, there has to be consent by the property owner, and so UFAC does not consider that if it's not provided.
Okay, thank you. I see no other speakers. Oh,
I actually pressed it this time.
well, we have a glitch in the matrix here because I don't see it coming up. So there, go ahead, sir.
Oh, on the floor.
Oh, on the on the
So
floor.
I thought it would work on the other
There you
screen
are.
too. Well,
We're going to put you before Deputy Mayor Lyons, so go ahead.
Yeah. So let's see. Question about the way the Heritage Grove. I'll start with the heritage tree. Heritage tree is defined as the oldest or largest of its species, and I'm coming at this from a old planning commissioner that I've had to interpret a lot of these ordinances, and it's always hard to get to the intent. I want to make sure it's clear so that future planning commissioners or even council members know what we meant here tonight. So the tree is defined as being oldest and largest of its species, and then it kind of says if the grove meets that. And my first question is, does that mean just at least one of the specimens within the grove meets that? Or do they all have to meet one of the criteria? I think the idea is that there might be one that meets it, although it could be that the grove as a whole doesn't have any tree that meets it, and the grove is considered historic, significant, or unique for its species. So if you could expound on that and explain what the intent is.
Yeah, absolutely. As it's written, it doesn't have to meet all 4 criteria. Only one of that criteria needs to be met in order to become a heritage tree or a heritage grove. So if it were reviewed and there was one large tree and several smaller trees, it wouldn't go on the oldest and largest within the city. It could be approved under, it's a defining landmark of that piece of community. So does that answer?
Yeah,
more or less?
and I'm not sure it's clear the way it's written right here that the individual trees that are being identified within the grove have to meet the criteria, or the fact that it has a tree that meets one or more of the criteria, and then the associated smaller, younger trees get brought along in the grove. Does that make sense? When I read through it, I was confused. And I just want to make sure, I think the intent was if you have a grove of trees in various ages, like a big oak and a bunch of small oaks along with it, the oak is part of the little mini ecosystem, and you want to bring the whole grove along. You don't want to just protect the one main tree or the handful of main trees. You're trying to protect everything.
Yeah, it's dependent. I mean, I think there's a lot of thought that goes into it from UFAC and then from Planning Commission when it goes to them, and it's at their discretion. I think there's, if we start considering looking at younger trees to be brought along with more mature trees, then we start potentially taking away the significance of what a heritage tree is within the community. So I think there's a lot of discretion that falls within this one, and that's all taken into account by the UFAC.
So are you saying the intent is not to bring along the younger trees and just the most significant? In other words, does every tree within a grove that is protected in that grove have to meet one of the requirements of a heritage tree?
No. They each, if there's a bunch that are the biggest, oldest, and largest, those would all just carry along. One biggest, oldest, largest wouldn't carry along another one. So they would go in, not necessarily go with the size of piece of that. It would go for this is the defining landmark, or these were all planted by, Mr. Kranz's family 20 years ago. One of them is bigger than the rest of them, but they're still a historical piece because of that sort of thing. So I'm not quite sure if I'm completely following your question, but the intent is that and this has been discussed in depth, I think, before I was here with this ordinance, the way it's been written as is. But again, my interpretation is that for the Grove, they would all need to meet one of those pieces.
Oh, okay, I think we can table it for now. This is just clarifications. We get to hear from the public, and I'm good for now.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. All right, we have two speakers, Jennifer Hewitson and Kevin Williams.
So the public hearing is open. You didn't give me my cheat sheet for this thing. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hello, Mayor and City Council, and congratulations to all of you. I'm here to express my full support of Ordinance 2022-21, expanding our heritage tree considerations. I've spoken before about the importance of our mature trees and their power to define our neighborhood. So now I simply will extend a heartfelt thank you to the Urban Forest Management Committee for recommending this amendment to the municipal tree ordinance to include and recognize heritage tree nominations for multiple trees, and for adding this new heritage grove definition to the municipal code. This term has a beautiful ring to it. The residents of Encinitas, and especially neighbors on and near Melba Road's majestic grove of Torrey pines, Monterey cypress, and native oaks are grateful. We hope that this amendment will be approved by council and that we will soon have the first so designated heritage grove in the city, with more to come. Our resident threatened Cooper hawks, red-tailed, red-shouldered, and sharp-shinned hawks, owls, and many other species reliant on this spectacular grouping of trees will be even more grateful than we are. Let's see, for this very special level of protection. Thank you all for listening, for caring and taking action to honor our special trees and all that they provide for us and our neighboring wildlife. Thank you.
Kevin Williams.
I just want to say, I've been up there for 40 years on Melba, and it's a part of our community that's up there, these trees. They're really beautiful. It'd be a shame if they were taken down over some new construction. It's just, the whole neighborhood is a part of that, and I just wish that you guys would look at it in that way and make the right decision. Thank you.
That concludes public speakers on this item.
Okay, I will close the public hearing and now go to Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz. I have a few things to share. I have a history in historic landscapes, so I'm familiar with the policies and regulations around what's typical as far as the preservation of historic trees and historic groves. So I just want to commend our UFAC and our staff and our arborists for the language that is being used here, not only the heritage tree, but the heritage grove, because it pulls directly from what is typical in not only other local policies, but state level and federal level, as far as what's significant about trees that are historic, whether it's the oldest of its species, or it's a unique form, or it has historic significance due to a building or an event, or that it is defined as a landmark. Those are pretty typical for what would be used. So I like it when I see that we've used language that's very compatible with what the larger industry of historic preservation uses. So I appreciate that. And I want to reiterate that if a grove does conform with one of those, then that's all that's needed. It doesn't have to conform with all. So I do want to let you know, too, Chris, that I listen to the UFAC meetings, and I think that probably sounds pretty geeky, but I do. If I can't make it in person, I do listen, and I listen to this, and I've listened to others to see, how the Urban Forest Advisory Committee discusses things and what's important and how the discussion evolves. And I was so happy to see how everyone coalesced behind this idea of heritage groves, because this situation on Melba is exactly that. And our speakers have mentioned that as well. You take one of these trees alone and you might go, oh, it's a nice Torrey pine, yeah, but does it really do anything on its own? And your answer might be not really, but when you look at all of them together, it is significant, and it is a landmark in the neighborhood. So I just can't tell you how thrilled I am to see this come before us and be so articulate about what it's doing and what it's going to achieve for our community. I think that it solves a long-standing problem we may have had with the heritage tree ordinance, in that we've got probably other situations around town where a grove is significant. So I'm looking forward to understanding this better and how it can be properly applied in other places too. I did want to call out, as our speakers have, that this area on Melba, which is right around Wotan and Oceanic, is pretty significant as far as the mature vegetation. And so, again, it just reinforces, I think this nailed it. This is just right on. And the further we get to acknowledge our heritage trees and our heritage groves, then the better we can protect them, and the better we can educate the rest of the community about our history and the importance of our natural history and the special value that our mature trees contribute to our environmental health of our community. That was it as far as my comments. Thank you for bringing this forward, and I look forward to seeing how that application that was originally submitted ends up moving forward and hopefully goes through for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hinsey?
Thank you. I just had a question. We recently lost one of our beautiful Torrey pine trees on our property that my grandfather planted in the 60s, and we lost that to bark beetle. And I'm curious to know if these trees that have historic status in our city, if we are, even if they're on private property, is there some intervention that we're able to take to be able to save trees? It would be so sad to see that we have gone to this effort to save this grove and then see that they have bark beetle.
Right. I think if we notice that, say, a pest were coming in, we would be able to make a recommendation if it were on private property. It is still on private property. So I would need for the city attorney to chime in on what jurisdiction we have over that. But for me, it would be to make a recommendation to that homeowner to say, hey, we have this issue, drought, et cetera. This is a heritage tree. And most people that are bringing a heritage tree and are in support of it on their property, they want to take care of that tree. So they're very, in my experience, open to preserving that tree and for additional recommendations that may be there.
Great. Thank you so much. And I will move approval of this item. Thank you to our speakers that came out tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Ehlers?
I'll second the approval, but I have a question too. And I think this is a different way of asking my previous question that might be easier to answer. So when we do a heritage grove, you will track each and every tree identified within that grove within the heritage tree database, right? They'll each have an individual entry in the database, even though they've been identified and grouped as a grove?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. So certain trees will be identified, other saplings or that wouldn't make that grade.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's right on the point.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion and a second. We're ready to vote.
And before we start voting, we'll close the public hearing? Oh, you did. Excuse me. All right, we will start voting. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And while I have the city arborist's attention, I do want to let you know that I'm going to work with the city manager. I saw a palm weevil walking down the street the other day, And I could have sworn he was smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer. He was so big. That thing was just a monster. And I've seen my son-in-law's arborist in the city of San Diego, and he's been dealing with the infestation in San Diego, and I saw some larvae, and they're just amazing how gnarly they are. So I hope to have an agenda item here soon to talk about that infestation and the impacts that it's having on the urban forest, and especially related to private trees. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for pointing that out, and we are on top of it.
Okay, appreciate the comments, and with that, we will move on to item 10B, which is a designation of the intersection control at Acosta Avenue and Sheridan Road as an always stop control. And city staff will include traffic engineer Bandigan and city engineer Jill Bankston.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, council members. We're here tonight presenting our all-way stop control. Our all-way stop control proposal for the intersection of La Costa Avenue and Sheridan Road. The vicinity, the location map shows where the intersection is, almost in the middle of La Costa, west of the freeway. This is an aerial view. The yellow line shows the city right away. As you can see, it's not a straight line. Sheridan Road on south is a public road, public right-of-way, publicly owned and maintained. The Sheridan Road on the north side, which is a little offset, is a privately owned and maintained road. Currently, only Sheridan Road on the south is stop control. La Costa runs free at this location without any control. A little bit of background. City received community concerns with regards to safety, crossing, pedestrian crossing, turning movements, residents coming out of Sheridan and going into Sheridan being able to find gaps on La Costa Avenue, in combination with multiple other concerns with regards to La Costa Avenue safety and mobility in general. A Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission recommended staff evaluate this intersection, Vulcan and La Costa intersection, and La Costa Avenue corridor in general. The always stop control and traffic signal was evaluated at this intersection with two separate studies in 2020 and 2021. Neither always stop control nor the traffic signal were warranted. La Costa Avenue corridor in general was studied as a whole, different intersections and different cross sections of the corridor, different types of intersection controls were evaluated. So multiple scenarios were run. City hired a consultant, evaluated different types of control at different intersections, stop signs, traffic signals, roundabouts, and also different cross sections along the corridor. With a two-way left turn lane, without a two-way left turn lane, how La Costa corridor would operate with these different types of intersection controls. And also a community meeting was held to present these findings from this study to the community in September this year. Input was received. The study, including all these various scenarios of intersection control and roadway cross-section, was presented to council in November last month. And council, upon receiving the report, directed the staff to come back with a resolution to implement an always stop control at the intersection of La Costa Avenue and Sheridan Road. We started our design process to how to implement this always stop control at this location. Parallel to that, we notified residents in the vicinity of the intersection per council direction at that meeting. We sent out 237 letters to owners and tenants when owners were not residing at the property. These dots represent the locations where the mails were sent out. We had 20 undeliverables, but other than that, the other 220 approximately were delivered. Encinitas Municipal Code does authorize installation of new stop signs by adopting a resolution. So there's nothing technically wrong with implementing a stop sign at this location. And this stop sign can address the slowing down traffic concern at La Costa by adding a stop sign in the middle, basically bringing down the speed spectrum to 0 at this intersection, and then people can start accelerating toward the next intersection control, either on east or west. And it will also help with providing better gaps for vehicles coming out of Sheridan by stopping vehicles on at the intersection. So vehicles who wouldn't have the chance of finding easy gaps, convenient gaps on La Costa, especially during off-peak periods where speeds are a little higher now, would have a easier chance of turning left onto La Costa. Same with vehicles on westbound La Costa turning left onto Sheridan. And it would help us also if we want to improve the pedestrian activity, pedestrian crossing at this location. This stop sign can help make that crossing safer. This is a sample work order that we can provide to our contractors to implement this new stop sign. We'll have the keep clear box still there, and the additional stop sign legends and the advanced warning signage. We are thinking about making this a blinking stop sign with the experience that we had with the Vulcan stop sign, the fact that it's new and the very heavy volume traffic. We have more than 15,000 vehicles per day on La Costa, so it might be a good opportunity. We did check the angle of the stop sign. It will not be any kind of a nuisance to our residents. There are no windows immediately in front of these potential stop signs. But other than that, it's a standard practice. We have the stop legends on the ground and the advanced warning signs and the stop bars and everything. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, and I would add to the background that the history of trying to address to enhance the safety of the La Costa corridor goes back to, in fact, at least 2015. We had a meeting here where we discussed ways to put in a walking path on the south side of La Costa that is actually on the road surface, and we narrowed the lanes and we put in the bike lane, so the history is long of trying to address the situation here on La Costa Avenue. The effort to accelerate the circulation element update that would change the designation of the street has been a conversation as well. There's a lot of history here that the efforts to address some of the concerns has been going on for a long time. So I don't know if anybody needs any clarifying questions. I don't see any names. So with that, I think we'll take public speakers.
Okay, we have quite a few. I'll call you three at a time. Steve Gilman, Scott Campbell, followed by James Heiser.
Hi, I'm Steve Gilman. I live on the, I would call it the east-south side of La Costa Avenue, and I feel that there's a lot of consideration for people coming on and off Sheridan. I was here at the meeting in October. I know there's a lot of my neighbors. As someone that walks that street 5 days a week, people coming off Sheridan, my dog's almost been hit several times. They don't stop. They don't stop at Vulcan. We could put stop signs. I've asked for them to reduce the speed limit at least down to 30. I've called for traffic to come in there. The sheriff's department, I thank you guys for your service, because I know you guys are getting the crap end of the stick these days. No one respects you guys. I've offered one of my two driveways or both driveways to run traffic enforcement. I don't know how that stop sign's gonna work when the person on the north side of Sheridan you're not seeing eye to eye. I don't know if that's gonna create an issue. I think a traffic light is what really needs to happen. I think putting a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches is not maybe gonna keep the rest of my neighbors happy. Maybe it is. Maybe they're just on Sheridan and they don't deal with trailers and driveways where I'm at and this excessive speed. And maybe tomorrow, I won't be the one voice calling the sheriff's department, but everyone will call the sheriff's department, because one voice calling them to run enforcement for the stop sign at Vulcan that no one stops at, and for the excessive speeds of 45 to 50 plus in the morning from 8 to 9, even today I went at 10, they're not showing up. They're not showing up. So that's great, but the stop signs made it harder at Vulcan to get in and out of my driveway. I know it's made it easier on Vulcan, but I used to have 6, 7, 8 cars pass my house and they were gone. Now it's car, car, car. I'm out my driveway in 2-3 minutes. I got an 18-year-old daughter and a son that's gonna start driver's ed at Maricosta, because I'm making him sit in classroom to learn to drive. and to get out of my driveway is dangerous. So slowing the cars down is huge, and a stop sign when they don't stop is not going to slow it down. Speed limit, enforcement, and actual sign will move people efficiently, smoothly, and it'll make it safer. And then if we can eventually have our raised sidewalk so I can feel safer walking down, and is it Tarquin, the attorney?
That's my first name, correct?
Okay, I got to tell you, they put in the path right there at Vulcan on the west side. And if I did that at my house, that permit would not get approved for how it was done. And the pathway that they cut in for the dirt is no way that's ADA compliant. If I had somebody in a wheelchair, if I still had a kid pushing a stroller, it ain't happening. It's not gonna work. And when it's wet, and when I was walking the other day, you step in the mud and almost slip. We're just addressing little, here's a little tidbit, here's a tidbit. How will we actually do something and not wait? I guess what we see with the softball fields, those poor guys have been waiting a long time. I don't know how much longer we're gonna have to wait.
Okay, my name's Scott Campbell, and I'm here actually representing the Encinitas Citizens Review Panel. They picked me because I live closest. Don't match. Hope this is the right show. Wrong show. Okay. Anyways, I had a nice picture. Can we turn that off? I had a nice picture of that intersection, and 500 feet basically takes it to the bottom of that picture. It's a notification. I think you should notify 5,000 feet to get a proper representation of people that live by there. In the letters, I noticed that Traffic and Safety Commissioner Chris Ryan opposes the stop sign. I think that should tell you a lot right there. And she noted that it's congestion, not speed, is the problem. I've had all the problems that the previous speaker had, and he's right, it does take 2 or 3 minutes occasionally, not all the time, and it's been a little bit better. This is the 5th mitigation on this corridor since the hotel went in, the 5th. Or you just keep piling on, let's fix the problem. Put the roundabout in at the highway. That started all of this. First we had to get the stop sign, now we gotta get this other thing. The DG path is better, but it is tough if you're not totally mobile. The report says that the level of service will decrease. That violates the city planning codes. I have a rush. I had workers at my house until 5:45 to rush down here. I didn't have time to prepare properly. But that violates to make things worse. On a personal note, blinking stoplights are abysmal. Do you want to live by that and have to see that flashing in your light? Oh, you can close your curtains. That doesn't work. You just can't do it. I urge the city to vote no on this. Now, one more thing. That greenhouse there on the lower left corner of this picture, it's sold. They're closing at the end of the month. They're out of there at the end of the month. What a perfect opportunity for the city to reclaim the city boundaries. This is a big issue last month when this was discussed. What a perfect opportunity to do this right and put a roundabout in. Because now you can claim the area because it's up against a greenhouse. Claim your land. Claim it. In fact, I'm going to claim my land back from the city where Maggie dedicated the horse trail. Remember that? Previous owners dedicated that. I'm going to take that back, actually, because it's been too long. Now, how do we fund this thing? We don't need another roundabout on Leucadia Boulevard. It already backs up. The stop sign works fine. The stop sign is actually safer for kids trying to get to school. Take the funds for that and move it over to La Casa Boulevard. It's a win-win situation for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is James Heiser, followed by June Hansberger, and then Chris Ryan.
Hi, thank you. Before I start on my speech, I just want to say that Scott Campbell, Mr. Campbell has spoken 3 times in the past 2 meetings. He actually called for eminent domain of my home, valued at $5 to $6 million. In the last meeting, he was the first of 3 speakers. I live at the corner. My name is Jim Heiser. I live at the intersection of Vulcan and LaCoste Avenue on the north side. We built our home and have been there for 16 years now. My family and I have been able to experience the stop sign firsthand for 1.5 years now. It's been effective in allowing us to get in and out of our driveway during peak periods but that's not the reason for it. We're only a couple of vehicles entering and exiting per day. It's more there to allow vehicles to transition to La Costa Avenue from Vulcan safely. Placing a stop sign at Sheridan Road will benefit a few people, those wishing to exit Sheridan Avenue onto La Costa Avenue, but the cost will be very high. Please note that 16,000 cars traveling La Costa daily will be required to stop for the benefit of a tiny fraction of those exiting Sheridan Road. Please note the RIC Consulting Report, page 15, paragraph 4. If an always stop control was implemented at the La Costa Avenue Sheridan Road intersection, operations are anticipated to worsen to LOSF during the AM and PM peak hours. The increased noise of cars, trucks, buses, motorcycles, loud mufflers stopping and taking off will increase significantly for those immediate neighbors. I know because I experience it every day and night. Those living on Sheridan and Andrew can also expect a significant increase in traffic westbound, as westbound commuters now have a nice convenient shortcut to Vulcan, and they can avoid some 30 cars in front of them waiting to get through the Vulcan stop sign. I've done it, and I get home easier, quicker. This, coupled with the stop sign at Vulcan where I live, will only make the rush hour worse for westbound travelers. I have been backed up past the freeway, essentially waiting for traffic to be able to turn onto Coast Highway. Once they move, the pocket between my home, Vulcan Avenue, and Coast Highway just refills again with approximately 15 cars until the next green light on Coast Highway, which can take up to a couple of minutes. The stop sign at Sheridan may be a necessary short-term solution, but the real problem is the Coast Highway intersection. This intersection should have been a roundabout, but it looks like we lost our chance. Now all the commuters and residents are paying the price. A future roundabout at Sheridan Road may be appropriate, or maybe a signal would be better. I would support either of those projects. 15 seconds?
Go ahead.
I had an add-on here for him. Thank you. I will support either of those projects, but will strongly support the desires that the residents closest to the intersection would like to see there. A roundabout may be great, but if it casts vehicle headlights toward residences by redirecting traffic, that would become a nuisance for those living closest to the roundabout. I'm highly concerned about that problem at my own intersection. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm June Hansberger. I live in Leucadia, and I'm just here tonight to talk about the safety on La Costa and Sheridan. The intersection is definitely unsafe in all directions, and something needs to be done. It was really great that I think it was a month and a half ago, we had an engineering report that analyzed this intersection. And what they did not recommend was a stop sign. That would put the level of service at this intersection to a level F. So something does need to be done, but I don't think a stop sign is the solution. They suggested a roundabout, which there were some issues with that, and they also suggested a stoplight. I agree with everybody. The traffic backs up along La Costa. It impacts all of these neighbors' driveways, which I hadn't even realized before, and I'm glad they brought that to our attention. It just sounds abysmal trying to get in out of your property with cars backing up. There was a stoplight that was designed for Vulcan. I know that Abe, the traffic engineer, spent a lot of time at the La Costa Vulcan intersection, and that stoplight design, we funded it. The city did. It's been designed and paid for. And maybe the solution would be a stoplight at Sheridan and a stoplight at Vulcan to sync with the stoplight that is at the 101, because then we can at least have traffic flowing and stopping altogether. I am also very disappointed we did not get the roundabout on Highway 101 at La Costa, but I know that that was a result of building, at least is my understanding, and Coastal Commission, and that the city did really try to get that for us, which would have made a big difference. So I just don't think the stop sign is the solution. I appreciate you looking for a better solution. And again, I'm not a traffic engineer, but we did hire engineers to look at this, and I would hope we'd follow their recommendations along with our city staff, who is very versed at this intersection, and they've done a lot of work, and they are amazing at analyzing the situation, and I just wish we would take their recommendations. So thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Chris Ryan, followed by Dolores Welty, and then Alex Riley.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm Chris Ryan. I'm on Planning Commission. That's June Hansberger. But people do get us confused sometimes, Scott. So I'm here to talk about the stop sign at Sheridan and La Costa. I do live in Leucadia, and I also am against a stop sign at this intersection. I appreciate Jim being here. Is Jim still here? Oh, there you are, Jim. Hi, Jim. We appreciate Jim being here. I've known Jim from the neighborhood, from Paul Leckie, for a number of years. Our kids were in school together. And I appreciate his comments as somebody who lives at the intersection of Vulcan and La Costa, because I do know that there was a lot of discussion about putting in a stoplight there. I supported a stoplight there. A stop sign went in, and I think that the performance of the stop sign at that intersection is terrible. And I appreciate his insight as a person who lives there. My insight as a person who drives on La Costa every day is that that stop sign, because it has no syncing with the stoplight, obviously, creates backup to the freeway on almost a daily basis, especially during peak hours, and especially in the summer when more people are trying to reach the beach. And I drive southbound on the freeway, and the easiest way to get to my house is to exit at La Costa, but I check maps every day to make sure that it's not backed up, and if it is backed up, I go down to Leucadia and enter into my neighborhood the other way. And it is because of that stop sign at La Costa and Vulcan. I think that putting in a second stop sign on La Costa will only make it worse. And we're going to make La Costa Rancho Santa Fe road. And I don't think we want to make La Costa Avenue another Rancho Santa Fe road. I think that the city staff can come up with other ideas in the interim to lower speeds on La Costa, because I think that speeding is an issue, but I think congestion and the number of cars that use it is a bigger issue. And I know staff has a lot of tools that they can use as other kind of calming measures to control speed on La Costa, and I don't think that a stop sign is the right solution. I have great environmental concerns regarding another stop sign, the stopping and the going, the noise, the pollution, and I think that as a city who wants to reach its climate action goals, I think that's a very bad way to go, to add another stop sign. I think that this has sort of been suggested as an interim measure. I like the comment about a Band-Aid, because my concern is you make it an interim measure now, and then people look at it, that problem is fixed. And that problem will not be fixed. I'm going to urge council to not approve a stop sign at that intersection. Thank you.
Dolores Welty in Leucadia, and I typed it out, but I'm not going to read it to you. I'm going to ask you to imagine a few things. I'm the one that comes out from Sheridan Road to go east or west from the south. Is that the south? No, north. I'm on the north side. And actually, I don't have too bad a time right now. And part of it is because of the stop at Vulcan, because the cars just fill up past my road. And when I'm there, somebody will politely let me in, and I can turn right and go on down. So it's better now. I don't have to wait and zoop. I can wait till someone's polite. However, I agree with the community that stop signs there are not a good solution. They are a stopgap. And I would like to thank you very much for having taken my rant from a few meetings back and decided to do something about traffic on La Costa, but you haven't solved it. And I don't want a stop sign. I don't want a four-way stop. What I'm really worried about are all the people that live from Sheridan Road to the freeway. Some of those people, their driveway comes out on La Costa. How in the world do they do that? I would have to move if I had to back out onto La Costa to go to the freeway, or back out on La Costa to try to go anyway at all. And there are people who have to almost do that. Second of all, what I was really concerned about is all of the buildings you're going to put up there. I mean, there's the new place down on 101 next to the hotel, the new place across the street, across I-5 that you're going to put on Pi Reyes. And then right there on my side, the north side, is what really concerns me. There will be, and the people that live east of Sheridan to the freeway, there are going to be two new driveways, one for the 48 houses and one for the hotel, motel, timeshare restaurant right by the service station. And how the traffic is going to manage there with a four-way stop at Sheridan, how does that help? I don't see that that helps that future traffic at all. So think of these people whose driveways open up to La Costa and the new developments that are going to come in, all of it right there. And imagine how many wrecks you already have. You can add a few more.
Next speaker is Alex Riley, followed by Kathleen Lindeman. And then Martha DeVaud is registering opposition but does not wish to speak.
Good evening. I kind of look at this situation we've been having as a bubble. If you ever, squeegeed a bubble in wallpaper, you keep moving that bubble around, but you can't get it out, right? This goes back a lot, I think, to actually the speed limits on 101. I'm glad to see under 8L you've decided to lower Vulcan to 30. I really think it should be 25, because for a long time now, 101 has actually had a lower speed limit than Vulcan. So that pushed more traffic onto Vulcan. Therefore, people were going to the intersection of Vulcan and La Costa. When that backed up, then you had the cut-through traffic on Andrew to Sheridan. And I think what we need is a big picture solution, like others have said, is linking this entire area. And I think it would be signals at La Costa Vulcan and La Costa Sheridan, and they could be on demand by sensors, because for the most part you have east-west traffic. There's times of days when people need to get on to La Costa. But for the most part, you want to keep that east-west flow going, correct? If you had sensors on demand, you could, when someone needs to get out, the light turns red, they can make a safe turn. Because as others have said, right now, that stop sign at Vulcan, for some reason, people don't see it. And I've seen a number of cars drive right through it. Maybe they're not expecting the stop, I don't know. The other issue of pedestrians, that's another headache. But I think, and I don't know, do you know traditionally, if you set up certain traffic controls, do you have predictable human nature to try to get around them? And that's been a problem, honestly, and that's going back to the changes in 101, to Vulcan, to Andrew, La Costa, and Sheridan. So I think syncing your lights east-west, going from 101 to the freeway as much as possible would be the best solution. And I think we've all kind of come up with bits and pieces of that tonight, and I think if we had a right board, we could have solved it right now. Thanks.
Hi, Kathleen Lindeman, Leucadia. A couple of things. I agree with Scott. You can't just say, oh, the 500 houses close to that intersection. For most of us that live, let me get my directions right, north of Leucadia Boulevard and west of the freeway, we have no safe way to get into that entire area of Leucadia, including where you live, Tony. Think about it. We have the nightmare Starbucks, where you take your life in your hands every time you go in or out, or we have to go out Sheridan. Now, Sheridan is safe for me to get out as long as I'm making a right turn out or I'm making a right turn in. If you have to make a left turn, especially if it's dark, you just cross your fingers and hope they don't hit you, even when you have from the rear end. That's where they get you, because you can see someone coming. It's the ones that are going too fast. And number one, it needs to be sent to the entire area, the region. The only reason I knew about that meeting and some of the proposals was Cindy Cremona told me it was happening. And I'm so grateful that I went and I heard other people. And again, we only have two ways in, and they're both nightmares. And my thought is, just like they're saying, a four-way stop is just a Band-Aid. And then I'm thinking, okay, I'm coming from the south side of La Costa on Sheridan. Dolores is coming from the north side. And I'm thinking, as a four-way stop, how are people really going to see that? You know, because it's not like equal at all, and it's kind of like the problem on Leucadia Boulevard that still needs to be solved, where we do have that stop, but that's angled funny, but a lot of people don't see it. And then I don't travel La Costa all the time, especially during the winter, but that four-way stop at Vulcan threw me, and it continues to throw me. I just know, be careful, Kathleen. It's coming up, that thing that's different. That's not really safe. I think we need to just think it out a little better. And then on a positive thing, that meeting that you monitored with the community meeting, I want to congratulate him. He handled it respectfully. He listened to people. I was very impressed with how respectfully that one was handled.
That concludes public speakers.
Excellent. Thanks to all the public speakers. This has been a challenge to work through, and feedback has been very helpful. I do recall the meeting that was held here to present to the neighborhood the findings of the engineers, that one of the things that was mentioned is that level of service wasn't the number one concern. It was the safety and speed issues that were the highest concerns of many of the people that spoke at that meeting. Not everybody, but a significant number. And it's the challenge with traffic signals is that you don't address speed. You're just going to create a speedway. And they'll get green lights and they'll go 50 miles an hour from El Camino Real to the highway if they get all those greens. So that's one of the big challenges with signals. The always stop control has always been intended to be a interim solution at both Sheridan as well as Vulcan and La Costa. I think most people know that I'm a big fan of roundabouts, and one of my goals is to implement this safety enhancement here with an always stop control, and then dive into the development of roundabout solutions, whether they are quick build, which is what I think is the most logical approach because of the cost. But Councilmember Ehlers.
I think I have some questions for staff. The first question is, how does this impact the north part, the private part of Sheridan, and putting stop signs there, what does that do to the access by North Sheridan?
Thank you, Councilmember Ehlers. Just to clarify, our current proposal does not include a stop sign on the north offset leg of Sheridan Road on the private side. So this basically becomes a always stop control at the three-legged intersection of Sheridan Road, the public Sheridan Road. We are starting with striping the stop bar and the stop legends as shown on the exhibit on the monitors. We are counting on the fact that the number of properties on the private side, I think there are 16 or 17 last time we counted, is very minimal. We are counting on, I think one of our public speakers mentioned, the courtesy gap that is provided to people coming out of driveways at these type of stop signs. We have a lot of stop signs in town where very close to that stop sign there is a major driveway that serves 2, 3, 4 houses. People usually respect these driveways and stop and give the vehicle that driveway access to the stop bar, allow them to turn in and stop at the bar. If it gets to a point after implementation, well, there are options. We certainly don't want to add a fourth stop bar and stop sign with this layout, because if we add the fourth leg, the vehicle who stops at the eastbound will not see the north leg. We would have to basically modify the intersection and generate a wider intersection with a lot bigger footprint. I do have a exhibit of that if council is interested in seeing that, but that wouldn't be my first implementation of this stop sign. I'd rather start with this because of how minimal the volume on the north leg is. If it gets to a point where it's trouble and we see a lot of huge delays or people not being respectful of the private road, then we can modify the intersection. There are options.
Okay, I think what you're saying is that you believe it won't be a problem, that they'll have access both eastbound and westbound. I just wanted to make sure the geometry worked, that you can come out of the north side of Sheridan and turn eastbound and get to that stop sign, stop at that stop sign, wait your turn, then proceed. You believe the geometry supports that?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any possibility in the future of ever aligning North Sheridan and South Sheridan, like when they developed the greenhouse that was, we hear here tonight, that was possibly sold?
As you can see, what we have right now is very limited. Realigning, the yellow line is the existing public right-of-way. Realigning it would not only require city acquiring part of the parcel ending in 410-11, but also the private part of Sheridan on the north side would have to deflect a little bit toward east, which currently the city owns nothing on those two, both the private road and the parcel ending in 16. So nothing is impossible. I mean, the land is there, and none of these two properties are recently developed. They're both, I guess, available for requirement, but what it entails, I guess it's a very, very complicated.
Okay, one more question. So now the other approach talked about was a roundabout. Wouldn't a roundabout on the current South Sheridan-La Costa intersection require taking beyond the right-of-way, take some private land on one of the houses to the north there?
That is correct. More than that, I'm not sure. I don't think. Well, obviously, you were not. I want to say you. I don't think you were at the council. You were not when this was presented. I'd happily send you the report that was presented to council. The concept plan of the roundabout, which was liked by the community and was very beneficial with regards to, I guess, tackling all of the goals, safety and mobility and everything. That concept plan did not really work the way it was drafted. The discussion led to the agreement that if we wanted to form even a roundabout that didn't was the ultimate with all the turning movements being possible. Even if we wanted to shrink it a little bit, we would need more than just the north side. We would need both the north and the southwest side of the intersection. So you are correct. It's the roundabout. It's not in its current form of the city right-of-way. It's not a feasible scenario.
Yeah, I guess my point is there'd be a taking or a condemning in both solutions and realigning, but the only difference being realigning when that is developed, when the property -11 is redeveloped, it could be a possibility to do it without taking an existing house, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay. And then I emailed a question. So my experience, I'm responsible. I instigated quite a few of the stop signs on Rancho Santa Fe. So a lot of people hate me. A lot of people like me. I live on one of those stop signs. I couldn't get out and access Rancho Santa Fe at all because we had short sight lines and cars flying down there. And I feel an affinity towards the people living on here. I can really empathize with them because I lived that 20-some years ago on my street. And stop signs, I think, in Rancho Santa Fe Road were the right solution. I'm not yet convinced that a stop sign at this intersection is correct. But I think there are systemic problems that need to be addressed, and we have to decide what the long-term solution is and whether we can get there quickly, because, you know, I'm always reminded of the old adage about there's nothing so permanent as a temporary solution, right? You know, and I fear putting stop signs in here may become too permanent after a while, and maybe we should understand, quite frankly, and I'm not the traffic engineer, but I just see timing of lights and other calming steps in there to keep the speed mitigated. But ultimately, because of this strange offset, and that's what, 15 feet or 20 feet offset, that's huge. You know, it's such an awkward intersection that I just question whether a stop sign is the correct one at this point. But I still have an open mind, and I want to listen to my colleagues.
Yes, thank you. And I think what you were getting at there is this greenhouse parcel, if it is purchased and proposed for development, -11 there, the city right-of-way to the west of that parcel is much deeper, and the notion would be that as part of development, the city would then have right-of-way similar to the adjacent parcel.
Yes, yeah, potentially, and whether there would also be some opportunity in negotiating the development to move the Sheridan, flex it over further to align it. You know, that seems to me to be a better long-term solution that will make any traffic solution, circle or whatever, better.
Right, and the presentation that he's referring to that we directed staff to bring this option back did include some overlays of roundabouts, and one was the bigger one, the other one was the smaller mini roundabout, and so we did see a few of those, and you know, it's challenging, there's no question about it. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, Abe, I have a few questions as well. We have looked at a lot of different geometry for solutions for La Costa, and today we're really just considering all-way stop, which in this case is a three-way stop. It sounds like what I'm hearing is that the ultimate solution of a roundabout is a preferred solution from the perspective of traffic movement and safety. I don't know if I'm overgeneralizing by saying that, but are you kind of leaning in the direction of that? Can I get your thoughts?
Absolutely. To say roundabout is a traffic preferred option with regards to enhancing level of service, enhancing mobility, proven safety improvements, and the fact that we know the community likes it. There's no question about it that is a preferred option. The reason that we're here is, first, we have a clear direction from council from when the report was presented that come back with a resolution for an all-way stop. And I think we all know, the complication about funding availability. I know our city manager is now getting nervous, so I don't want to talk about. I think we all know what the problem is. It's funding that we know there's a lot. I mean, this is not even, because we have a Leucadia roundabout that we have the right of way, everything is, we have the shovel ready, it's just funding. This is, I guess, a few steps behind that. This one, it needs, right of way acquisition, needs realignment of streets. So this one, I would say, if I wanted to categorize it, it's like at least 2-3 times harder than the Leucadia roundabout.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little smaller, but it's a lot more complicated if we wanted to make it happen.
Yeah, understood. I know that it makes our city manager nervous when we say things like we want more roundabouts, but but I do. I think we all do want to do what's in the best interest and look forward into the future. What is the best solution here on La Costa? And then we figure out how to fund it. So we'll be talking about that a lot more when we talk about infrastructure and options for funding for infrastructure in the future. But La Costa is definitely a significant transportation corridor that we need the right solutions for. So I really want to lean in the direction of doing the right thing in the long term. So improve the circulation, improve the mobility, improve the safety. And I have, based on what I've heard from the community and from you and my colleagues, you know, the roundabout is an important consideration for us to aim for. So if I'm kind of leaning that direction, I know we can't afford it now. What is it that we're achieving? Can you explain with the three-way stop? Because I'm not sure I heard that we're improving safety with it. What is it, though? What are we improving?
Absolutely. I don't like to use the word unsafe. It was mentioned, I think, once or twice tonight for this intersection. Fortunately, or luckily, or I don't want to use any kind of adverb for it, but there has not been a collision that's on record in the state database at this location. Now, I'm not saying no collision has happened. The state database only includes the collisions that get a sheriff's report. So there might have been fender benders or even minor collisions here that were only reported to insurance. So I'm not saying there hasn't been any, but definitely there hasn't been any even minor injury, because those injury claims will be recorded by sheriff's office. So there's no serious injury. So the situation is not super unsafe. I wouldn't categorize this intersection as a unsafe intersection. We have around 16,000 vehicles on La Costa and about 1,000 vehicles per day that get out of Sheridan. So these 1,000 vehicles are finding their way turning right and left during the past, 10, 15 years that we have collision record. That being said, to answer your question, what we're achieving, we do know that turning left onto Sheridan and out of Sheridan is very inconvenient right now, especially as I mentioned during my presentation, during off-peak periods where the speed tends to be over the speed limit. The 85th is usually around 37, 38. I said during off-peak where we don't have queues over there. This makes it very tough for the residents coming out of Sheridan to turn left, and the ones who are on westbound La Costa who want to turn left onto Sheridan, they also have a similar situation. They have to find a good gap to turn left, which is not convenient. Second benefit of this is that we're affecting congestion with this. Now, we might be affecting congestion a different way by adding the stop sign, but right now, because the left turners, the westbound left turn, cannot find a gap, they're blocking westbound traffic. With the stop sign, they would be able to immediately after the first eastbound vehicle going through the intersection, turn left and open up the intersection. Now, obviously, we're affecting the congestion by adding the stop sign, so it might be a wash. But we do have situations where one vehicle stops at westbound traffic and blocks the whole westbound for a certain number of seconds to be able to find a gap. We do have not a lot, but a considerable number of comments from the residents who have requested being able to cross here for various reasons, going toward the freeway, going toward the beach on the north side for some reason. But we do have requests for crossing here. Currently, we haven't felt, without this stop control, we didn't feel comfortable with adding a crossing here because of the uncontrolled situation. We are not allowed, because of the fact that it's a circulation element road, to create a speed table, any kind of a vertical element on the roadway. Council would have to direct us on that. So we didn't introduce a crossing here, a marked crossing here. With the addition of the stop sign, it would open it up for us to conveniently add a marked crossing here, depending on the layout, the scenario that we want to achieve, put it on the east leg or west leg. So that would open up that opportunity to this. So these are, if I wanted to count the potential benefits of a potential always stop control, these are the ones that come to mind.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just one more question on that. The turn out of Sheridan westbound onto La Costa, you said the speeds were documented around 37 or so miles per hour, and I think I remember that didn't meet the milestone for having to warrant the stop sign. Am I putting those details together correctly?
So the speed on the roadway is not by itself a warrant for a stop sign. The speed is a factor. The most important warrants per MUTCD are the volumes of traffic on the intersecting legs and the number of collisions that are susceptible of being fixed. As said, fortunately, we didn't have any collisions to be susceptible of being fixed, so that didn't warrant it. And the number of vehicles, we needed 300 vehicles on the major road for 8 consecutive hours, which we easily have on La Costa, but 200 vehicles per hour on the minor leg, which we didn't have at all. So that's why it didn't.
So it's essentially it's not warranted based on our own requirements. However, I know we asked you to come back with this, so
correct.
I'm not trying to catch you out on anything, but I just wanted to further assess why we need the stop sign here. So I was getting at that to daylight it.
And just one thing to clarify, these are state and national standards. These are not City of Encinitas standards. The warrants that I mentioned, the number of vehicles, those are state and national standards.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, and I would point out that the city, we have installed a number of unwarranted stop signs. And the problem with the warrant system is that sometimes the way to accumulate warrant points is by experiencing tragedy. And so it's a kind of counterintuitive. If you say, oh, well, we have to have 4 accidents, really? You know, I would think with 1 accident. Now you're saying that there haven't been any accidents here. I think some of the neighbors have suggested that there have been, but the unwarranted stop sign at Union and Vulcan at Pawlicki Central School, the unwarranted stop sign at Sirius and Hygeia, and there are several others around town. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So Abe, a question, and then I'll give some thoughts. If we wanted to install a rapid rectangular flashing beacon here, could we do that without a speed table and without council directing you to come back with speed tables?
RFPs do not require council direction. We can do it. The reason that we didn't initiate it was my concern about safety and the higher speeds on La Costa and the super high volume, 16,000 vehicles per day. I mean, we do RFPs on lower volume roads, lower average daily traffics, but on 16,000, I would strongly recommend for some sort of a vertical deflection to create a little bit of a traffic calming for that specific crossing. It's not technically wrong. It's just putting an RFP and allowing crossing. I didn't feel comfortable for it. We did have requests for it the past 2 years. I just don't feel good about allowing crossing without any kind of control there.
I see. So just enlighten me a little bit about the RFB on North Coast Highway 101 closest to A Street. Are we able to do that because we have a signal that's close by?
Well, that location, I think we studied that. The signal was not warranted, but it's one of those cases. It's like we wanted to allow crossing there, and that was the best option that we had at that point. It's not.
Sometimes there's a demonstrated history of a high volume of crossings, and we want to provide a safe way to get people across. One of the other complicated factors here is when we have a crossing, any kind of crossing, we want to tie it into ADA compliant crosswalks, curb ramps, and we just don't have any infrastructure on the north side. So if somebody gets across the road, then where can they go? That's one of the other challenges that we have.
I see. Well, I have to say, I feel my support for this stop sign here waning as we hear from the commenters who've shown up tonight to give us that feedback. I do feel that we need to design a roundabout here in the future for the purpose of those properties redeveloping and having to commit to some type of developer improvements to pay towards that roundabout. I think that that's something we need to be considerate of in our upcoming budget. I do think, I hear the community saying that safety and speed are the two top concerns, and so something needs to be done. But when I look at the design of this roundabout that's before us, or sorry, excuse me, the stop control that's before us tonight, I don't see a lot of the things that make for a safety enhanced crossing. So I don't see a continental crosswalk there. I also hear that the neighbors don't want to have a blinking stop sign there. I think what I'm feeling swayed to suggest, and I know our mayor will give his comments and perhaps change our minds, but I'm feeling inclined to suggest that we do add some speed tables on La Costa Avenue with the same considerations that we've done on Coast Highway 101 in the interim as we prepared for the streetscape, which we were against adding any stop signs on Highway 101. So I would like to hear what the mayor thinks and my colleagues think about going in the direction instead of a raised speed table with appropriate pedestrian crossings to improve the pedestrians' ability to cross to the locations that they've mentioned, the beach, neighbors' houses, just going for a walk, and also to bring down the speeds in this area that we hear are a big concern.
Do we have any closed-circuit TVs that monitor traffic on La Costa Avenue? I know the city has a network of CCTVs for traffic.
We have portable cameras that we install at various locations. I don't think we have a permanent one. We might have one at the hotel signal, but I don't think it captures this far deep into La Costa.
Because some of the anecdotal information about traffic backed up to the freeway, I've drive this La Costa Avenue a lot, and I haven't ever seen that. But that doesn't mean that my timing isn't good, and I just avoid that. I think one of the concerns that I have with the loss of the left turnability for westbound La Costa Avenue onto southbound Sheridan. So that is an impediment to traffic flow because there is no room. And I think you proposed a solution that was intended to address that by putting in a left turn pocket with the previous proposal. So that's one thing. Councilmember Ehlers.
Thanks. I think Councilmember Heinz's comments were right on with what I was thinking. I feel my support for, I'm a stop sign advocate probably mostly, but the more I looked at this, the more I'm going, and I appreciate you bringing it back because you were directed to do so. So, but I feel it's waning, and I having trouble understanding how this solves the problems that it's being put in for, more than causing other problems in level of service. And and maybe my judgment is colored a bit by the behavior I see on Rancho Santa Fe Road with stop signs, where I would say 1 out of 5 times walking after 8 o'clock at night, I see cars just fly through the stop signs on Rancho Santa Fe Road, and my wife sees them during the day, and so. I'm worried that even a stop sign here is probably not sufficient to be safe. I mean, we in our family, we stop at the corner there. We make eye contact with the car that came to a full stop. And even then you have to be careful and hop out of the way occasionally, because they'll be in a daze in the morning or in the afternoon, and they'll just fly through, hit the accelerator. So right now I don't see that the solution is complete enough that I can support the stop sign, but I'm again, I want to hear more and see what you think. I think this requires more studying, and I would consider continuing it with additional council direction to look at. My personal approach is I want to understand what the long-term solution is, because I think they're actually a roundabout here would be great, but I think it's going to take property from some built houses right there, and I'm not sure that in the end the roundabout would be the right solution either. Just off the cuff here, I keep looking at going, stoplights seem to be much more appropriate here with other traffic calming mechanisms, but that's not a decision I would be comfortable making tonight without.
Oh yeah, and that's not on the table tonight, so we can forego that. I think that we have a number of issues that we're trying to address here, and there's no perfect solution that I can see, including always stop. I never suggested this was the final solution. Believe me, as a resident of Hygeia Avenue, where I have the always stop, that has been there for the 15 years that the roundabout has been approved originally by the council, which I was a strong advocate for. It's pretty frustrating, so I understand that when a council body says this is an interim solution, you should, I understand the eye rolls that we get with that. So credibility is lacking on the notion of interim. I get that. But I think we're all dedicated to the same thing, which is to find a permanent solution. And so we would be committed to that. The idea of speed tables to me is that is something that I would like to see explored. It does address the issues of speeding, and the lower we can get the speed limit on La Costa Avenue, I think the better. I think the other issue is that how to manage left turners, because like I said, it causes backup. And because there isn't enough room to turn around those, especially since we put up the bollards and we have that bike lane. I recognize the bollards are there to protect bicyclists from cars swerving around people that are queued up to turn left. But I think that's a challenge, is what to do with that particular delay to traffic. And frankly, I think some of the anecdotal observation about traffic backed up to the freeway is related to people that are turning left onto Sheridan. And that's why I asked about the cameras, is there a way to spend some time and have a way to record and do some thorough analysis of what is causing the backup. Ultimately, any backup that happens there is the result of the signal at La Costa Avenue and Highway 101. And I share all your frustration with regard to the fact that we don't have a roundabout there. Again, I'm a big fan of roundabouts, and was looking forward to that one in particular. So I think what we need to do is kind of talk a little bit about how to get to some direction, or whether this is just going to be killed and then we come back later with something. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Okay, well, that was a good segue. So I think I'm feeling this evening that we're not getting enough support to go forward with the stop signs as presented, in that I think when we reviewed the option, the kind of bigger solution that you brought forward to us a few meetings ago, that really went a long way to showing us some of the bigger picture solutions. And I'm in favor of understanding what those bigger picture solutions are in a concept level that's vetted well enough so we can be realistic, so that then we can back out of that and see if there's any interim that makes sense. I thought maybe that's what we were trying to do here today with the three-way or all-way stop, is we'd already thought, yeah, we've got to do bigger solutions, but this is an interim that's going to make sense. But I'm not hearing the support for it. So what I would like to do is move to not adopt this resolution and not move forward with this all-way stop. I don't know that so that's what I'll move, and I'll just conclude by saying I don't know that we need to provide more explicit direction to then what's next, but perhaps the direction is, let's look at the bigger picture and understand what's the best way forward, and then back out from that.
Councilmember Hinsey.
I support part of that motion. I do think that there's an urgency around the need to cross and the need to slow speeds. So perhaps you would consider amending your motion to add direction to come back with some strategies to add a crossing and to lower speeds.
I think that goes to the safety question that I think is the most relevant to solve, so I'm in favor of that. I would modify the motion to include that.
In that case, I'll second the motion.
Excuse me if I may interject. As I mentioned, staff does not have the authority to recommend raised crossing or speed table on classified roads. So if that's something that council would like to see, the fact that we would have to involve our fire department as well because of the fact that it would affect response time, I would ask to kindly council include the raised crosswalk into the motion so that we have an avenue of bringing it back. Otherwise, I don't have the authority to bring vertical deflection to council.
I would ask to make a substitute motion to table this. We had a subcommittee of Councilmember Mosca and I that was working to address issues related to the settlement agreement between the city of Carlsbad and the city of Encinitas that was entered into, I think, in 2008 or 2009. Because whatever we do to Costa Avenue, Carlsbad has a significant amount of input into. And so my motion would be to table this conversation regarding the all-way stop control, find a second member to join me on that subcommittee, and to continue to work to find solutions for the speeding and safety issues that the residents have expressed, acknowledging the data that traffic engineer Mandigan pointed out, which is that it's safe. We just want to make it safer. And so that's the direction that I would prefer to go. We've heard a lot of suggestions, the speed tables, the crosswalks. You know, there may be other things. We have the recommendation for a left turn pocket. There's, you know, I get these folks here are opposed to the all-way stop. We did get emails in support of the all-way stop. So there's no question that opposition to something tends to bring more people to meetings. But in the meantime, tabling this proposal for the all-way stop and going back to the work that had been done by Abe and finding a second member for the subcommittee is the direction that I would prefer. So would you modify your motion to that effect, or?
So I would approve of tabling. So if
Yeah, that's the gist, is tabling this, find a second member for the subcommittee, get with staff and the city of Carlsbad to talk more about long-term solutions, work with the community.
whatever, then I'll withdraw my motion, and I'm happy to second yours. I did want to include the approval to consider the raised speed tables, if that's something that needs to be considered along with.
Well, yes, and I think that the whole Encinitas Neighborhood Traffic Management Program toolbox is at our disposal, and we should continue the conversation about how to address the issues that have been raised. So, Councilmember Ehlers.
So, yeah, I support where you're going with this. I would volunteer to be on that subcommittee with you. And I would have one question for the Abe about, you said vertical deflection. What about chicanes where it's a lateral deflection? Is there any restriction on chicanes? Because there are sections along La Costa where we have significantly wider right-of-way, and perhaps there's an opportunity to do lateral, and I don't know if they are similarly restricted like the vertical deflections.
Thank you, Councilmember Ehlers. We did look at concepts of horizontal deflection. Unfortunately, as you correctly mentioned, the right-of-way in some areas is there, but the pavement width is not there, and we cannot deflect the road because of the fact that we have bike lanes. chicanes usually work very well when you have wider roads and there's a single lane in the middle with parking but we don't have parking here. We have bike lanes, so we would have to deflect everything. And the second concern was the fact that we have residential properties on both sides, and these deflections basically mean vehicle would be angling toward people's houses at those deflections. So there are a bunch of concerns, but the most important concern is the limited width. We only have mostly around 56 feet total right-of-way, which doesn't give us much room for deflection, really. We did look at that horizontal deflection option.
Okay, so then do my colleagues are okay with adding Councilmember Ehlers to the subcommittee? Okay,
Yes.
so then,
I was wondering if the note it's a motion to approve on our screen.
I haven't, I was just going to clarify. So it is to table the adoption of the resolution and then to have the subcommittee of Crayons and Ehlers to continue to explore options with the public and Carlsbad long-term improvements for La Costa Avenue.
yes.
Do we need to add to that authorization for our traffic engineer to look at speed tables?
I suggested if I was being directed to come back with the crosswalk and the race table. If the motion that was read, I don't think that needs to be included.
Right, and we're going to exercise all of those options and make sure we have that as part of the, whatever
As long as we
comes
can
back, so.
do that. Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We unfortunately need to have a potty break, so we're going to take 5 minutes and we'll go into recess here.
It's a tough option. It's a tough call.
I wouldn't do a roundabout.
I mean, and I've only done the Sheridan thing twice, but both times I'm like, this car up there. And she told me,
And my brother is. Yeah. Because the house that has the setback, that's his backyard.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
Oh,
so
okay.
He just has one house north of that single house.
Like, if my neighbors on Sheridan, Andrew, just they don't mind a stoplight there, they're not affected, they're gonna get through. If they don't mind a stoplight versus the roundabout, it was to, you know, but if it's gonna jazz one of their neighbors, and I'm gonna look at it closer, I have a civil engineer, look at it. Spotlights, yeah,
Okay, we're getting ready to start here, so if we can have order again. Order, 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 order. All right, we are back at it. We're going to move on to item 10C, which is the public hearing to consider adoption of an urgency ordinance pertaining to development regulations. Hello, speakers out there. Hello. Can you clear the room if you're going to chat? Thank you. 10C, public hearing to consider adoption of an urgency ordinance pertaining to development regulations for urban lot splits. And we have Senior Planner Daisy.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz, and good evening. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm Melinda Dacey, the project planner that has taken over processing the city's SB 9 ordinance, as well as the urgency ordinance. So just some quick background. In September of 2021, the state legislature had implemented SB 9, which went into effect in January 1st, 2022. This is a mandatory law, and it is not an optional law. And what this did was provide a ministerial approval process for projects to consider a 2-unit development within single-family residential zones, as well as an urban lot split within single-family residential zones. It also amends the Subdivision Map Act requirements regarding timing of map extensions and expirations. With that, the State Housing and Community Development Department had released a guidance document in March of 2022 to clarify provisions of SB 9 and the applicability to accessory dwelling units being allowed if they are requested with an application per existing law. And so some background information today, since we do have a new council member on the council, we wanted to go into a little bit more in depth of what we've done today. And so back in November 2021, there was an informational presentation given by staff to the city council regarding the new state legislation. And in December, City Council adopted an urgency ordinance, which was further extended in January of 2022. So that urgency ordinance does expire tomorrow. And so we're here this evening with this current urgency ordinance. And through that process, the city had also gone through to do a permanent implementation of SB 9. And we had joint City Council and Planning Commission study sessions. The Planning Commission also studied the lot configurations and different development typologies that could occur on the lots within the city, depending on their lot size and the zone that they're located in. And back on October 26, 2022, City Council had introduced the permanent ordinance and adopted that in November 2022. And at that October 26th meeting, the City Council did direct staff to look into incorporating some of the permanent ordinance requirements into the urgency ordinance. And so that is what is before the council this evening. And so the relation to other laws with SB 9, CEQA does not apply to a 2-unit development approval or urban lot split approval, nor does it apply for a city implementing a ordinance for adopting regulations regarding those types of developments. The Coastal Act does apply, but no public hearings can be heard for a coastal development permit since these are ministerial projects. Ministerial means it's approved by staff and doesn't go to a public hearing. The Housing Crisis Act also applies with regards to streamlining and not allowing the city to reduce the intensity of land use. So projects that do qualify, those would have to be single-family zoned properties. So we have a list of the residential zoned single-family properties on the screen. R11 is not included with the single-family residential zone because it already allows for multifamily development on those properties. Parcel can also not be included for development if it is a prime farmland location, if there's wetlands on the property, if there's a conservation easement, or any habitat for protected species are also on the property. And that is because typically those types of development projects have some kind of mitigation that's needed for CEQA, and those are not ministerial action. A property cannot be within a very high fire hazard severity zone, hazardous waste site, within an earthquake fault zone, or a 100-year floodplain unless they're meeting the specified requirements within our city's municipal code. So for example, the city does have fire safety standards for construction of residential dwelling units within the very high fire hazard severity zone, as well as floodplain development requirements and additional requirements for development on hazardous waste sites. And so we have a map up on the screen showing all of the residential zone properties and the overlays of where the floodways, very high fire hazard severity zone locations, and our identified natural sensitivity and wetland areas. So what projects qualify continued. The site cannot be a historic landmark or located within a historic district. The project can also not alter or demolish a deed-restricted affordable housing unit, any rent-controlled housing, or any housing that invoked the Ellis Act for the last 15 years, or has been occupied by a tenant within the last 3 years. The project would not demolish more than 25% of the exterior walls of the dwelling, and that unless the agency says otherwise, or that the site has not been occupied by a tenant for the last 3 years as well. An urban lot split is a split of an existing approved lot, and that the split can be a 50-50 or 60-40 max. Each new lot has to be a minimum of 1,200 square feet and requires that a minimum lot size be 2,400 square feet or 3,000 square feet if it's a 60-40 split to meet the requirements. A lot split was not established through a prior SB 9 lot split, and neither the owner or any person acting in concert with an owner of an adjacent property has neither applied for an SB 9 lot split in the past. And then the requirements for approval of 2 residential units on a single lot is included. And so I have a comparison of what the existing urgency ordinance has in place, what our ordinance that was adopted by City Council, and what our urgency ordinance before council this evening is including, which is identical to what they had seen back in October. And so we don't have any changes to the definitions. We've added additional definitions to the code, such as low-income households, sufficient for separate conveyance. We've identified definition for single-family zone, urban lot split, very low-income household. All of these definitions aren't currently in the state law, so having these definitions included is helpful for staff to identify and analyze any kind of project that comes through the city. Additionally, we specified that there's a 4-unit maximum per lot. The lot splits, you can have 2 primary units as well as accessory dwelling units, and that was clarified under HCD guidance back in March of 2022. And so we wanted to clarify that there's 4-unit maximum per lot, and it's based on the configuration of 2 primary and or ADU or junior accessory dwelling units. We also include specifications for setbacks. So on a lot that has a 100-foot depth or less, they can apply for a request for 0 rear setback. And there's special provisions in the code for alley access to provide parking, and to also have that be with a 2-unit and urban lot split development application. Additionally, the side yard setback has the optional flexibility to do a 0 side setback along the lot line where the lot split is proposed. And that also has to be in conjunction with the 2-unit and urban lot split only. And at this time, staff would also like to clarify and request a non-substantive change to the urgency ordinance to add lot in reference to the 0 side setback reference for the 40-foot wide lots, and specify the lot depth rather than length to be consistent with Title 30 definitions in the municipal code. Additionally, we don't have any change to the heights in the zones for the developments. Previously, the urgency ordinance did not allow any kind of encroachments into the rear setbacks in regards to heights. However, during the lot analysis, we found that was too restrictive to allow the 800 square foot minimum as required in the state law. And so that has been modified to allow a height increase in that area to accommodate the 800 square foot minimum. Additionally, there's no change to lot coverage. Pervious coverage has been added if the lot's coverage of the property exceeds 75% of the remaining lot. Floor area ratio is not required. Found that during the lot analysis with the Planning Commission, that was too restrictive for the development of the requirements. Additionally, the parking did not change from the current urgency ordinance to the new urgency ordinance, and that we did include additional clarifications that any parking spaces shall not obstruct any required spaces of the other units on the site, and that tandem parking would also be allowed for lots that are 40 feet wide or less, and tandem parking is when one car parks in front of another. So we also included additional affordable housing requirements, trash storage requirements, addressing needs to be visible from the public right-of-way, pathways to the entryways also a requirement. The properties also need to comply with the city's stormwater management program. They need to have a minimum landscaping requirement as well as impervious surface requirements. So all of these items are not in state law, and there's the city's work towards getting additional regulations in place for any kind of development that comes in. Additional standards that we have provided in the ordinance also includes privacy standards, private open space, utility requirements. There's a design review allowance if there's exceptions or variances or waivers that are requested, and we also specify reasons for denial of a project. And with that, the staff's recommended action is to adopt the urgency ordinance as amended, titled the Urgency Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Encinitas to provide objective standards pertaining to development regulations for urban lot splits and two-unit development in single-family zones to implement SB 9 and declare the ordinance to be an urgency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. With that, this concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
All right, I'm opening the public hearing.
Do we have a chance for questions for clarification?
Clarification.
I had, and thank you for changing the lot length, the lot depth. I think when we spoke previously, does this change you're proposing change the permanent version or just this urgency ordinance? And if it doesn't, what are we going to do to clean it up later?
So this would just affect the urgency ordinance. The Coastal Commission has already received the package for the permanent ordinance. However, we can coordinate with them to let them know we wanted to make these minor adjustments. And if that does happen, then we'll have to come back to City Council and get that reapproved and processed.
And we could potentially do that as part of the annual code cleanup because that's pretty small. I understand it'd have to go back through
It
Coastal
could be
Commission.
processed with Coastal Commission, so they could review the ordinance, and I mean, they may not concur with what was proposed, and so if that happens, and it does happen sometimes, then they would have us look at additional modifications, come back to council, and then resubmit to Coastal for their review and approval.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hensy?
Just because I think we ask this every time, but currently, how many applications have we had for SB 9?
I think since the last meeting, we've had one additional one come in, so I think we're at 4 applications now.
Thank you.
All right, public hearing is open.
We have 2 speakers, Karen Caden, followed by Sheila Cameron.
Good evening and welcome, new council members and Tony being mayor. I didn't know this was on the agenda because you got a lot of pages here. Speaking about the environment, you know, Encinitas is an environmental climate change town. Adding more units takes up space, heat. It changes the climate, our environment. I don't understand why the state is pushing SB 9 on us when we got the housing element to deal with for more people to live in this town. And we know a lot of these ADU units are being built. People are charging $4,200 for 900 square feet. So, I mean, where's this low income and trying to help, you know, your family? Hey, I love having, you know, your mom and dad and your kids living in a unit attached to your home. But having urban lot splits, you know, I'm against this. I'm against that. We're not preserving single-family neighborhoods. I mean, I moved away from the East Coast, came to California. When I got to Encinitas, I go, wow, look at this space here. Trees, you got the ocean, you got the lagoons on each side of Encinitas, and now you're going to compact us with split lots. And having a neighbor having 800 plus taller than what we're just learning tonight, looking over my property line? Gee, I'm against this again. It's destroying the single-family zoning and changing Encinitas' character. That's all I got to say. Please, just because the state is saying SB 9 is, an ordinance, they're pushing on us, let's try to preserve our character. Thank you.
You want to make any adjustments now, Josh? We're okay. Thank you. Good evening, Sheila Cameron. Emergency and urgency ordinances make me crazy. I never understand why we have to do them. But I am totally against SB 9, SB 10. I have been right from the beginning, because splitting lots and count is really just closing up, changing our neighbors. I gather you're trying to do the best you can do. Staff is trying to comply with SB 9 and still give us a little bit of independence. But the state has been an overreach for local zoning for a long, long time. And we need to stand up to them and state and claim that we want local control. And we're not doing that. And the last mayor was reluctant to do that. And particularly seeing she was running for higher office, she wanted to go along with anything the state wanted, and that was wrong. The state totally destroys our quality of life and our local cities, and that's what they're doing all up and down the coast. They're not doing it inland, they're doing it here. And they're doing low-income housing, which, 10% is nothing, but they're making their money on the market rate houses, and where are you getting a higher market rate than along this coast? One of the things that I'm asking about that I don't quite understand, I didn't hear what the height was. I didn't hear the exact height. And the Coastal Commission, the next steps, it goes to the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission is going to, whatever they decide, this urgency resolution that we're doing tonight goes out of existence. So I assume that that means that they approve it and it becomes official, but I'm not sure. Somebody explain that to me. The setbacks, what we end up with is lot line to lot line development. And parking is a disaster. I know the state is shoving a lot of this thing down our throat, but what I'd like to see with our new mayor is a new direction and shoving back. Plenty of cities have gone up against the states, and they've sued them. Sometimes they've lost, but sometimes they've proceeded. And I think that we need to join those other cities and go against what the state is trying to shove down our throats. We need local control. That's all part of why we became a city and joined our communities. We want our quality of life and our community character. And the stuff they're doing runs contrary to climate change programs. There's no way you can justify this and justify climate change. They don't go together. Thanks.
Next speaker is Dolores Welty, followed by Dennis Caden.
Good evening again, Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Sheila's totally right. We formed this city because we wanted local control over our land use. That's the purpose of a city. That's democracy in action. This is an attack on democracy, on local control, and the state needs to stop it.
Good evening. Since most of the citizens of Encinitas hate what SB 9 is going to do to Encinitas, could we write in there things like the lot split? Could you write something in the ordinance so that the lot split, the lot has to be a perfect rectangle. That way, you could reduce a lot of properties that are unusual shapes, and a perfect rectangle just would not work. You could say a perfect rectangle based on proportion so that you could, try to control it, the language, so that less of it happens. If it's legal to do that, why not? Maybe we could just take one small piece of this and make it Encinitas. And I agree with the other speakers. If any city in California has the chutzpah and the right to challenge the state, it would be Encinitas. Because Encinitas was founded on citizens' rights to protect their community. And we were beat up by the county terribly, that it was overwhelming that we incorporated. And it's always been, and Marge Gaines has always said this, it's been the accumulative effect of overdevelopment that ruins a city. That's why we're having so many traffic problems that are almost impossible to fix, because so many people now are here using the roads. Anyway, consider something in your language, like could a lot, make it a triangle, make it a hexagon. I'm being silly about that, but you could do something that might make sense to soften it. Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. So I will close the public hearing and ask staff to address a couple of the concerns that were raised. I'm specifically asking that you address the issue of what, if we didn't have our own ordinance regarding SB 9, would be the effect on potential development under SB 9 here in Encinitas.
So if we didn't adopt our own provisions and development standards regarding SB 9, the state law would be in effect, and it's got a lot of gray area in it, which is why we are providing additional objective standards for projects that come through the city with an application for an SB 9 lot split.
So not adopting this would not stop lot splits and development under SB 9?
That's correct.
Okay. And the Coastal Commission's consideration, the reason we need an urgency ordinance is that the Coastal Commission's consideration of our local coastal plan amendment could take a year?
Yeah, it depends. It can take 12 to 18 months.
Right.
It depends on how overwhelmed that staff is with projects being processed. We did ask that they prioritize the review of the SB 9 ordinance with the other LCP amendments that we have submitted to them, so that they are aware that we've asked that to be top on the list.
So the point of the urgency ordinance is to apply the law currently to proposed projects while Coastal Commission does their review. Okay, thank you. Do I see any speakers on my screen? No, but it looks like Councilmember Ehlers wants to talk.
Yeah, and I appreciate the clarification, because I would have said a lot of what you just said too, or asked the same question. I think I have some general questions about what we can and can't do here, and I understand that there are very serious limits on what we can and can't do. We can't even change FAR, and we can't. You went through that in the presentation. What is the interaction between SB 9 and density bonus? Do we have the ability to? Are we allowed to limit the use of any of these projects, or preclude density bonus from being used with these?
So we do have the 4-unit maximum proposed in the urgency ordinance, as well as what's before Coastal Commission. So that sets that maximum for us.
Okay, and when you define a unit there, you're defining a unit to include accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit. So it's a total of 4 per lot split. So 2 per lot, is that it? Or I believe that's the definition?
4 maximum, and it would include the primary dwelling unit as well as accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit, depending on the configuration the applicant wants to propose.
Okay, so by example, you could have two duplexes, one on each of the split lots, or you could have one single-family home in each lot with an ADU, but you couldn't have a duplex and an ADU on one lot and a duplex on the other.
You could do a duplex and a detached two ADUs. That's allowed under current state ADU law as well as the city's ordinance
When
per
you say,
lot.
When you say a duplex, so I'm assuming a lot split, you're assuming not a lot split in that example, right? Is that what I'm,
It's lot split or not a lot split. 4 units is the maximum.
okay. Good.
Per lot.
Is it per lot?
Per lot.
So you can have a total of 8 units on,
Yes, for a
On the
lot
two
split.
lots.
Yes, for a lot split, you can have 2 primary units on each lot plus 2 ADUs on each lot.
Okay,
for a
that's what I
total
thought.
of 8
Okay.
units. Yep.
and this is state law, basically, and
That's
it's the
correct.
interpretation memo that came from HCD.
That's correct.
Okay. And then asking another clarification question with the fire hazard mitigation. Much of Olevenheim is in a fire hazard zone, but my understanding is that we have in Encinitas adopted mitigation measures which basically eliminate that as an exclusion area, and therefore the majority of the single-family housing zone in Olevenheim is subject to SB 9 urban lot splits.
Correct, provided that it complies with all the fire requirements.
Okay. And what are those fire mitigation requirements?
It depends on the project. Some of it could be hardening of the buildings. A lot of the time, the development needs to have fire access, so engine might need to have access onto the property, as well as wet standpipes and other kinds of mitigation measures, including enhanced fire sprinklers and things like that.
Okay. That's my questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
A couple comments and a question. We've talked about this before because we've talked about not only the objective standards for SB 9, which we craft, and it went through the Planning Commission, and we've talked about all the things that we can do to really, if you want to look at it this way, help protect us from SB 9. You know, we know we've got SB 9. Now, how can we take what we're being asked to do and integrate it the best possible way here in our city? So we've talked about this several times. It's come before us. So I want to kind of capture a few things that I think are really important about what we're doing. And one is that we're really looking at our drainage so that we still have impervious property, you know, so that we're not just maximizing our area that we're building on. We're trying to also then make sure we're not creating some additional problems for ourselves with drainage later on. We are looking at things like landscape. I always hope that we can go further, but we've got some good requirements in here for landscape for these units. So we're doing these kinds of things. Oh, affordable housing, yes. We've added that in, whereas the state doesn't require it, but we will. Just a few things where we're trying to make it the best possible for us here. You know, we have sued the state in the past. It was before I was on council. We've lost millions of dollars and lost the lawsuits. We are trying to work with our state representatives and through the League of California Cities to better get them to give us the opportunity to have our local control or have our control over maintaining our character here in our city. In the meantime, though, what we have to do is when we have to respond to something that's right in front of us and it's a state law, then we need to protect ourselves the best way possible. And so this is what we're trying to do. with this urgency ordinance. I'm happy that we have it here in front of us because we don't want it to expire tomorrow. We want to be protected tomorrow and the day after as well. So I'm full on for this. And also then we're coordinating long-term with the Coastal Commission on getting our official ordinance in place through the official channels. So I think our staff is doing the best job possible to help protect us as much as we can here. So that was my comment, but I do have a question. I think I might not have understood Roy correctly. So we have a lot, a person owns a lot, and if it conforms with the requirements here, you know, based on the 25% of the existing building and, you know, everything that we're requiring, they can split that, and somewhere around 50-50 or 40-60, those are the rules. And then each of those new lots, you can do a primary residence and an ADU or a junior ADU. You're saying something different?
It's, you can do, once you split, so you have an existing lot. If you're splitting that lot to 2 lots, each lot can have 2 primary units and 2 accessory units for a total of 8 units. So 4 total units on each of the 2 lots.
That's what I thought I heard you say. Okay. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. And to Deputy Mayor Lyons' point about the lawsuits, the history, I've been here throughout that. We pushed back against the state with density bonus. We wanted to round down, and we took that action, and we paid a significant price for it. We've spent millions of dollars in attorney fees, and so I'm not really inclined to try and sue again. I do know of other jurisdictions that are exploring litigation, and they are soliciting additional plaintiff jurisdictions, but the law, my understanding, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding of the law is that having more plaintiffs doesn't necessarily sway a judge. The judge is going to be analyzing the law, and if they are successful, we benefit from that. But you know, cost share aspects of it is not something that I'm necessarily interested in pursuing. And then ultimately, in regards to the business before us right now, whether we woke up tomorrow and decided to sue, we would still have this issue of the current SB 9 that we would want to protect our community as much as possible. So, Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I will support this because I agree. I mean, I've got the planning background here, and this is absolutely needed tonight. It does nothing more, maybe just a little tiny tweak here more than the permanent ordinance that is in limbo right now, waiting for the Coastal Commission. So this just puts local laws in place so we aren't subject to the more vague, more egregious state law right now. So I support this, and I'll make a motion to pass item, what is it, 10D, I'm losing track here, C. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
And just to clarify, this is the amended ordinance as presented by staff.
It is, yes,
Yes.
please.
Councilmember Ehlers? You want to tell me what you wanted to, oh, there you go. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the public for your comments. Moving on to item 10D, which is a discussion and action regarding options for filling the District 1 Council seat. And this will be presented by City Clerk Hollywood.
Yes, so as you mentioned, the item before you is a discussion regarding options for filling the seat left vacant with your swearing in as mayor last night at the special city council meeting. This seat would, it's to fill the seat with a term ending with the certification of the November 2024 election. So according to California Government Code, there are two options for the city to consider when filling the vacancy. You have the option to fill the vacancy by appointment or to call a special election. Either option must be exercised within 60 days of the vacancy. That takes you to February 11th. So for a special election, I talked to the registrar of voters. There are no scheduled elections for 2023 at this point. So if we were to call a special election, it would be a standalone special election specifically for the city of Encinitas. The government code and elections code establish regular election dates. So there are election dates for a regular vote in person, and then there are 2 dates that are established for all mail ballot election. The city council, if they wanted to consider an all-mail ballot election, the first possible election would be May 2nd, 2023. Included in the agenda packet is information from the registrar of voters regarding the cost, the projection costs that we received, and that is included in the agenda packet, is $250,000 to $400,000 based on assumptions. And I'll read those off just so everyone has that. So the assumptions are that all registered voters will receive their official ballot in the mail along with their I voted stickers, prepaid postage for all voters to return their ballot in the mail, ballot drop-off locations to a minimum of 1 location for a 28-day period, which requires renting vehicles, hiring temporary staff to pick up ballots, translation of all materials to all federal mandated languages, and for our county it is Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Filipino. The special election costs are affected by voter turnout, when the ROV would need to hire temporary election workers 60 to 90 days before Election Day to assist with election activities, and these workers are usually kept until the election has been certified. At this time, the number of registered voters as of December 1st in District 1 is 11,761. In addition, other things that include on the cost is the cost for if there are 2 candidates versus 10 candidates, that significantly increases the cost. The second option is an appointment, and the council can establish an appointment process. There's really no defining process for the appointment included in the government code. There are a couple of things such as you have to be 18 years old, you have to be a registered voter in District 1. I've included in the agenda packet some examples that we've used in the past as far as the schedule. The schedule is just an example. Council can change that schedule however they desire. And then also included is a sample or a sample application.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? And then we do have several speakers.
Anybody have any clarifying questions? Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, Kathy, you mentioned a February 11th date. That's 60 days.
Yes.
Could you clarify for me again then what needs to happen in a 60-day period?
In that 60-day period, the council needs to make a decision. If the council can't make a decision, then it goes to a special election.
So the council needs to make a decision about whether we're going to go to a special election or fill.
Or if they're going to appoint.
Or
So
appoint?
let's say you can't decide, let's say you decide to go to an appointment and you can't agree on a process or you can't decide on an appointment, it goes to a special election.
Once you hit that date, it
Yes.
goes. Thank you for that clarification.
And then it also, again, it's just so you just can't go for months without making a decision. You have to make a decision with that time period.
Right, with only 4 of us, it's possible that we could 2-2 it until the cows came home, and that wouldn't be good, so the law includes that 60-day thing. So let's hear from the public.
Okay, great. I'll call you 3 at a time, and then you have your 3 minutes. Cyrus Kamada, Bernard Minster, Susan Turney.
Cyrus Kamada, District 2. First of all, congratulations to all the new council members and returning council members. And thanks for this opportunity to speak. I realize that elections have consequences, but sometimes the most effective use of power lies in its restraint. While I did not support her, Julie Thunder received 45% of the vote in the 2020 mayoral election. If the council appoints a supporter in District 1, you would have an 80% majority. A government that deliberately diverges from the makeup of its constituents loses legitimacy almost by definition. That is the reason diversity has value. And if diversity truly is a worthy goal, then we should embrace it even when the outcome potentially complicates our agenda. Yes, special elections take time and money, but the cheapest and quickest solution isn't always the best one. This would be a good faith bet on the wisdom of your constituents and an acknowledgement that the legitimacy of a political decision depends on the process that leads to it. I understand that the municipal code and I guess state law says that the council shall appoint a replacement. But why not amend the code so that the council votes on whether a vacancy is filled by appointment or by special election? That is within your power and costs nothing. If given a chance, I would hope the District 1 voters choose a replacement that supports a progressive vision for our city. But if that doesn't happen, you would still have a governing majority, and the people would have had their say. Part of being listened to requires being represented, and this would underwrite your legitimacy through a vote of the people. Finally, our city could use a little healing, and healing requires both capacity and will. You have the capacity. I hope you have the will. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Krantz, Council. Congratulations on winning the elections. That makes you democratically installed. There's no better democracy. And now, just one day, that's all it takes. You're facing a difficult problem to solve with two unpleasant solutions. One is expensive, the other one is far from democratic. And you have to somehow heal the city, at least in the minds of numerous citizens, about the practice that's been made by the previous administration. So I would support the previous speaker and say, how much does democracy cost? How much is it worth? And if it's $400,000, how can we raise it? But it is much better than opening a slippery slope to a more autocratic city government. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Turney, followed by David Hill, and then Scott Campbell.
Susan Turney, Leucadia. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to fill the District 1 seat by election and not by appointment. Encinitas has experienced a string of appointments in recent years that regularly produced unanimous votes in lockstep with Mayor Blake Spears. Joe Mosca, Kelly Hinsey, and Joy Lyons, all originally appointees, have perfect or near perfect voting records that agreed with the mayor. These votes usually occur after very little council dialogue, even on the most important issues. After minimal discussion, motions to approve or deny are seconded with lightning speed. At worst, this speaks to repeated Brown Act violations. This means, for those of you who may not know about the Brown Act, it means that the votes were predetermined illegally and out of public view. At best, these unanimous votes point to an unhealthy phenomenon known as groupthink. First mentioned in George Orwell's book, 1984, groupthink is defined as, quote, the practice of thinking or making decisions as a group in a way that discourages creativity or responsibility. Merriam-Webster defines it as, quote, a pattern of thought characterized by self-deception and forced manufacture of consent. Groupthink is the enemy of objectivity that is so essential to fair and equal representation of your constituents, which would only be reinforced if this council majority chooses an appointee. While it's only natural that you would select someone who thinks as you do, the losers will be the citizens you have pledged to represent. You will certainly bring up cost as a reason not to hold the election. I won't go into comparisons of the far larger sums spent on projects and improvements not supported by the public. Suffice to say that even the upper limit of $400,000 to fill the District 1 seat would be well worth the money to ensure democracy. An election would demonstrate equity, something this council prides itself on championing. Defined again by Merriam-Webster, equity means, quote, freedom from bias or favoritism. This can be accomplished only by resident representation with an election. Thank you.
Good evening. It's been long and hard tonight. I'm David Hill. As the previous speaker said, elections do have consequences. And we've seen that. And we've been out waving the flags for the people who are in competition with you who's sitting up there today. And that should not go unnoticed. But one thing I want to say is if it's 250 or 400,000, we're looking at 65,000 people living here. So it's between $4 and maybe $6.50 per person. And if you want, I'll give you $10 right now into the kitty so we can have this vote. If you're short of money, that is. If you can take some money back from the streetscape, I think we got plenty left. But apart from that, whoever's going to do this next position, they need to be on merit only, not on appointment, not because they vote correctly or they smile good, but they need to know what the heck they're talking about, such as Bruce. Bruce is an excellent example of someone coming from the Planning Commission and being on this council and listening. But more importantly, I live in District 1, and we have a lot of issues in District 1. Tony, lots of them. Basically, we have severe traffic mobility issues. We have housing element issues, infrastructure issues, water pressure issues, low water pressure. People got to put in bigger pumps in order to get water pressure to run their washing machines. Is that the quality of life? No. We need someone who's going to recognize this and stand up for us and protect us, and not someone who's just going to be appointed. We need someone who knows the issues. And this is what you have to do. This is your responsibility. So again, if it's going to cost $4 or $6 to get someone to sit in that seat who's going to represent District 1 and be cognizant and be empathy with the issues, that's what we need, okay? And that's what we should do. No appointees. The history is terrible, but we need to correct that, and we need to move forward in a positive manner. Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Campbell. He'll be followed by Kathleen Lindeman, June Hansberger, and then Chris Ryan.
Okay, good evening. I'm Scott Campbell, and again, I'm representing the Encinitas Citizen Review Panel. As government leaders, you're held to high ethical standards, and that means avoiding even the appearance of impropriety. An appointment has more than appearance of impropriety. Kevin Doyle, on the Planning Commission, he made a great statement last night. I wasn't here, but I was watching. It was a good show. He said, let's make this the best council. Having 15,000 people choose over 4, I think, that's known as crowdsourcing, and that's usually the crowd makes the best choice. Okay.
Can you pause? Hold on just a second. Pause the timer. I think you got a slide presentation.
Yes, I do.
There it is.
Actually, thank you.
Coming right there.
Thank you very much.
Let's get that up there. Thank you.
Okay. If I can get this to work. Okay, so yeah, the clerk clarified some of this. And the state made us a nice rule. We were fighting the state, all these SB signs, but they actually made us a rule that's in our favor. They allowed us to have this mailing, because otherwise we'd have to wait until November. I noticed one of these buttons. Okay, so I made a nice little chart here. I've got to get rid of this thing. And if you notice, this opposite. The pros of the voting are the cons of the appointment, and vice versa. It's quite interesting. We have very diametrically opposed. But let's talk about cost. I'm not aware of all the issues, but I did a quick little calculations, and I'm going to be generous. Let's say we have 15,000 registered voters. I'm going to give you $2 to mail. That's generous. I'm going to give you $1 to print the pamphlet. I'm going to give you $2 to put those through a scanning machine. That's only $75,000. Let's throw in another $100,000 for overhead. And I'd like to see the payer scales of those people, because I might want that job. That's still less than $200,000. It's cheap. What is the cost of goodwill? Lost goodwill if we have an appointment. You can never recover that. That's basic business. If you get bad publicity, it's toast. It's not a good thing. It was nice to see people that live in District 2 supporting the vote for District 1. That makes me feel good. This is too important of a decision at this juncture in time for District 1 with all the new development. We need to make the right choice. I mentioned that, the crowd. And furthermore, there is no precedent anywhere for the mayor or any elected official to choose their own replacement, to even have a part of it. And if you go down the appointment route, I respectfully ask that the mayor must recuse himself from the decision process. So once again, I ask the council to choose a vote. Thank you.
Kathleen Lindeman. Kathleen will be followed by June Hansberger, and then Chris Ryan, and then Dennis Caden.
Hi, Kathleen Lindeman, Leucadia, District 1. Cyrus, thank you for being so eloquent, as usual. Thank you, Bernard, for both of you, for reminding us in these very challenging times, both locally, nationally, and globally, about democracy and the need for it, and to stand behind it. I'm here tonight to advocate for a special election and not a council appointment to replace the vacancy left by Tony Kranz's election to mayor. I don't mean to sound rude or disrespectful, but now that we no longer vote citywide for our city council members, no one in District 1 voted for Kelly, Joy, or Bruce. You do not represent District 1 or me. You each represent the residents of your district who had the opportunity to vote for their district council member. and I'm going to agree with the other people that have spoken. We already know we have a divided country. All we have to do, we have divided states. We just have to look at the Georgia election. And I'm sure just about everyone in this room was watching those election results. I know I was. We need to do healing at a lot of levels and within our own city. And I think for transparency and for democracy, even if it was $400,000, that's a drop in the bucket for your integrity, for your ethics, and for our democracy. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hi, June Hansberger. I also live in District 1, and I agree with some of the things people have said so far, in that District 1 has a lot of issues, and I feel that we need representation as soon as possible. My concern is if we have a balloted election, we will not have somebody sitting in that seat representing Leucadia until May of 2023. That is what we were told. That is not acceptable. Leucadia deserves representation, and we deserve it within 60 days. That has happened in every seat that has come vacant in this city in all the years past. I will say that I disagree with the people that spoke, saying that these people up here do not represent me. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Whenever I have an issue, I hear back from all of my council members. I have met personally with every single one of them, except for Bruce. You're new. Many times they have taken time out of their day to meet with me. They are not my representatives, and I appreciate that, and I realize we are in districts, but I have felt amazing crossover from every single person on this council, and I am beyond thankful. I also want to point out that Joy and Kelly and Joe, who just left, were appointed, but then they fairly won their elections. And so elections do have consequences. And the consequence was, these are the people that won their seats, and I feel they should appoint somebody so that Leucadia has adequate representation. Okay, I think Tony won, Joy won, Kelly won, Bruce won, and I would appreciate their input, and I trust their decision to get me somebody in that seat so that Leucadia can have what we need. $300,000 or $400,000 is a lot of money, and it can do a lot of things. It could put a light up, it could do a roundabout, and I'm not willing to waste it on a balloted election. Thank you. I really hope you choose to appoint somebody to fill this seat as soon as 60 days so that I have adequate representation in Leucadia. Thank you, and I trust your decision. And as it goes, everybody in this room can apply for that seat. So, and you can have people come in and speak on your behalf. So, I look forward to seeing who applies. Thank you.
Good evening again, Chris Ryan, Leucadia, District 1. Before I speak, this actually isn't on topic, but I would like to take a moment to remember the victims of Sandy Hook today. Today is the 10th, I don't want to call it an anniversary, but it's been 10 years since the 20 children and 6 adults were gunned down. And this is a difficult day for me because my youngest is the same age as the 6-year-olds who were killed. He's now 16 years old. He was in first grade when the incident happened, and he recently got a job at Lazy Acres. So if you see him there, his name's Will. Say hi. He has a driver's license, and he's studying to take the SAT or the ACT. And those were 20 children who will never have any of those opportunities, and 20 families who will never be be able to spend those moments with their children. So I had a plan to read all their names, but I knew I couldn't get through that. So I just, if we can, I'd like to take a moment of silence for them as part of my 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. I had planned to take 27 seconds, one second for each person, but including the murderer's mom, because she was a victim too. So back on topic, I would request an appointment for the seat, for the Encinitas seat. I agree with comments made by June Hansberger that Leucadia needs a representative now on the board. I do believe that all of you represent every citizen of the city of Encinitas, whether or not I can vote for you or have voted for you in the past. I trust this city council to make a well-reasoned decision on who they appoint. I believe that you will put in the work and the time and the diligence to interview the candidates, to meet with them, to speak with them, to question them, and that you will make an informed decision based on the information that you learn that's presented in order to pick somebody who can adequately and more than adequately represent not just District 1, but all of Encinitas anytime an issue is brought to vote. I trust all of you, and I trust all of the oaths that you took, that you will do your best in order to fulfill all of your duties of your office. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris, for that reminder and the remembrance there. It was, I was a brand new council member and when it happened, and we had vigils, and I thought for sure this would be something that would cause change. It's really sad to think that we really haven't done what needs to be done in honor of those who were lost. And my hope is that we can continue to work to address the issues. We have a massacre, weekly? This is just a stain on our country, but thank you.
Next speaker is Dennis Caden, followed by Karen Caden, and then Alex Riley.
I'm going to ask that you go for a special election. The people of District 1 and Leucadia need to choose their own representative. I can't think of a community in Encinitas, since we incorporated, that got more beat up than Leucadia. We used to be nice and secluded, and we had to give that up for a 2-lane highway. That now makes it a little more convenient, but it changed our community dramatically. We have a lot of flower growers that are giving up their property for sale, so it's prime territory for the R30s, and we took a much higher percentage than any other community in Encinitas, and it hurts to do that. In a journal kept by James McHenry while he was a Maryland delegate to the Constitutional Convention, he quoted a statement made by Benjamin Franklin. On the page where McHenry wrote the events of the last days of the convention, September 18th, 1787, he wrote, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, well, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied the doctor, if you can keep it. I believe old Benjamin Franklin meant that the people need to elect members to office that specifically represent them and their interests, as well as participate in what their elected members do. So, please allow Leucadia as District 1 to freely choose our own representative via a special election. After all, it is a republic. Thank you.
Karen Caden. I'm in District 1. This is 10D, and this is not about you. This is about us. Last night, special council meeting in recognition of outgoing and incoming council members, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. United States is a democracy and a republic. Both terms point to the power of the citizens elect the officials who represent the public. We choose to have free and secret ballots. Sworn-in council members last night, under the Constitution, an oath of loyalty and entrust your representation. Encinitas would like to be heard and respected, to have a fair political act, to choose and vote for District 1 council member seat to fill. Please, no appointee. The majority speaks tonight, and freedom has a price, no matter how long we have to wait. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alex Riley, followed by Sheila Cameron, and then Jennifer Hewitson.
Good evening again. Last night was a pretty nice night. I feel we've kind of hit the reset button. It's like your first day of school, everyone's starting off with an A, and you have a chance to keep it going. You all now have swore to uphold the Constitution, and the people that wrote it, they designed our government to have a lot of checks and balances, push, pull, and to get to the middle for the most part, and to have negotiation and a mix of ideas coming together, right? The last election, 9,157 people voted. So if we send out about 10,000, like other people say, a letter and a stamp, I think we can come in under $500,000. And amortized over 2 years, I think it's worth it. And an election could be another fresh start for this council, just like we talked about last night. I think, you know, we're talking about SB 9. It doesn't feel good to have a majority pushing down on you from the outside. We have no choice with that. And we haven't had the numbers in these elections. I don't think there's been an overwhelming mandate for any people elected recently. So I can't say that everyone on the council can speak for the entire city, because we're about evenly split. But I think we all deserve to have the choice for representation, and I hope that's what you decide to do. I think a special election is the way to go. Thank you.
Good evening again, Council. Sheila Cameron. For the record, I have to ask this question. What price is democracy? I believe in representative government and the right to vote for our own representatives. 3 appointments in the last 5 years have not honored this constitutional right of the people of Encinitas. Mayor Krantz has stated, quote, and the reality is that most Encinitas residents are very supportive of the appointments we've previously made. Well, let's take a look at that. In fact, Joe Mosco was appointed by then Mayor Blakespeare and Council. When he ran on his own, he only bested his opponent by 183 votes. That does not reflect, quote, most Encinitas residents are very supportive, unquote. Now, Councilmember Landis, another appointment by the previous mayor, won over Julie Thunder in District 3 by only 201 votes in last month's election. Again, quote, most Encinitas residents are very supportive, question. These are very narrow margins and show a clear dissent of these previous appointments. I'm in favor of and request that a mere $300,000 of our annual 99 million taxes intake and funds be spent on a special election that gives the voters of District 1 their choice for their representative. Just to compare costs, the city has so far spent $17 million for Pacific View with no use yet of that property, and another $65 million and counting on 1.25 miles of North Coast Highway 101 in Leucadia. I think that approximately $300,000 is a small price to pay for democracy. I read Sunday's Union Tribune with interest. I read the paper from front to back. And it's interesting that elections all over the world are happening and people are unhappy. In Peru, they recently acquired a new president, a woman who is asking her cabinet to sign anti-corruption documents. Great idea. However, the country is in turmoil because there was no election to empower Dina Boluarte to become president. She said as vice president, she should be able to walk into this position as president. People don't think so. Quote, the Philippines protesters decry alleged injustices under Marcos. Nobel Prize winner Maria Ressa, an author of How to Stand Up to a Dictator, said, fight for our future. The newspaper is full of headlines everywhere where unfair elections, corruption, and violence have instigated protests with the simple equation that people want one thing, to be included in the process. Inclusivity is vital to democracy. I hope that you, Mayor and Council, will support a special election so that all candidates from District 1 can be considered. I believe that the cost is a small price to pay for a balanced representative council and to truly sustain our inclusive democracy in Encinitas. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jennifer Hewitson, followed by Kathleen Lees, and then Ron Dodge.
Sorry, can't see without these. Jennifer Hewitson. I'm actually District 3, not District 1, but I sent email letters to most of you. My view is that an election is necessary for a 2-year city council seat. An appointment may appear as a silencing of the community who should have a voice in this discussion, in this decision. As much as I appreciate you, all of you, and what you've become, those of you who were appointed, and I do appreciate you, the citizens need to be part of this discussion. So thank you for your consideration.
Oops. This is why they installed it. So short people can also talk to you and not feel minimized in any way. Thank you. I have always seen a number of pros and cons in the district seats. And one of the drawbacks is that if any of you ever stop just representing the district that you live in. And I agree with Chris and June that you should appoint someone to take this position. You have all 4 of you, Bruce coming from a different angle, have worked on the issues in Leucadia. It's not like you don't know what our issues are. And the 3 of you who were in a position to are the ones who have actually spent money on our drainage issues that, I mean, every time I drive down Orpheus, the day that it's raining and it's not flooded, I just say, thank you, City Council. Somebody finally did something about that. And, you know, all of the other improvements that we're finally seeing in Leucadia have been voted on by the council. And so far, well, Kelly was there too, but the one, we are not a wealthy city, and I thought $400,000, even $250,000 is a lot of money. And I'd like to see it put towards one of our capital improvement projects, because we're always talking about these things, and they're not minor little, gee, I'd love to have that. It's a safety issue most of the time when we're talking about sidewalks and traffic. So the one caveat I would have is that you make sure you appoint someone with experience in the community and knowledge of our community, obviously. Who else would you appoint? But also with a promise that they would not run for reelection in 2024, because that removes the one stigma that you are still answering for despite the fact that you've been elected to your positions. So I think that that would probably be one way to do it that would remove some of the serious considerations people have. So I hope you'll take it under consideration anyway.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Krantz, Deputy Mayor Lines, and Council Members Hinsey and Ehlers. Welcome to the new era, I guess I'm calling it. You know, somebody pointed about all this unrest, and the unrest really kind of came to light in the 2016 and 2020 elections. It's a relatively new thing that's come out. No one really objected too much when Mark Muir was appointed to the council, and that worked out very well. Yes, we did. You did? Oh, okay. Hey, did it work? Okay. He got elected when he ran. 400K is that a reasonable dent in a roundabout? I'm not sure. So there are better uses for the money. As appointees, we've, as a city, have demonstrated that they were good appointees because most of them got reelected. I think they all got reelected, at least once. We could argue margins. We can go back and forth about that. We're a democratic republic, and that, and yes, we do get to vote, but we also allow in our rules in the Constitution of the state of California and the city to do appointments. And there are a lot of fine people out there. And maybe a caveat would be that they wouldn't run again in the 24. But and by the way, I am from District 1. I'm from the less well-known part of District 1, just east of El Camino Real. So we vote too.
Mayor, that does conclude speakers.
Okay, very good. Thank you to all who came out to speak on this issue tonight. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and give some comments. And my decision tonight will be to vote in favor of the appointment. And I've been really clear about that from the beginning. I think that we've been well served by the appointment process. I think that the main reason why this is important to me is that not only would we not have somebody in this seat until May, but we'd also miss a full budget cycle for that representative to take part in the planning, which will begin in January. So we'll take a few days to do our strategic planning. We'll have a series of meetings where we will build consensus to identify our priorities as council. And I think if this next year is anything like previous years, what we'll see is the lion's share of our budget will be going towards infrastructure improvements in exactly this district, in District 1. So what we plan to see is the next phase of streetscape, which will be concentrated in District 1. We all know we need a safe rail crossing in District 1, and drainage was mentioned tonight, along other things. So leaving District 1 without a representative for these next critical months, to me, is not something that I think is appropriate. I think it was demonstrated by tonight's agenda item on the always stop on LaCoste Avenue. We would have benefited from a voice being there in that seat tonight, and I think that we'll have a series of meetings in which we'll be making critical decisions for District 1. I do hope that no matter how the vote goes tonight, that we could identify a candidate for which we could build a 4-0 vote and a unanimous vote for somebody. Let's see if I had any other points I wanted to make here. Yeah, I think the comments by June Hansberger and Chris Ryan were right on that $400,000 is a big chunk of infrastructure, and I hope that we will dedicate that money to an infrastructure upgrade in District 1. The last thing I'll say is that I've heard this refrain often that we should appoint somebody who commits to not running in the 2024 election, and I don't really think that mentality serves District 1 either, because so much learning happens in a short amount of time when you're in this hot seat. And I think that for people like those of you who showed up tonight, you're having to meet with somebody and you're having to do a lot of education for your representative, especially if you have these ongoing issues. And having to do that just a few months later with the person who is elected, I don't think it serves you. I think it's a waste of time. So I'm in favor of appointment, and that will be the vote that I make tonight. And I'll wait to hear my colleagues, but I'm happy to make the motion for an appointment. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers?
So I'm actually in support of the people voting. That's why I backed Prop A. I look at it and I go, there are 11,761 voters, and based on the estimates, it's $21 per voter on the low end, $34 on the high end per voter. I think that's a relatively small price to pay, but I do understand I will likely be on the minority here, so I'll comment. I really appreciate Kathleen bringing up the appointment with precluding their participation in the next round, and I have a few comments about that. So if the consensus is to appoint tonight, then I hope we'll agree the appointment should reflect the wishes of the voters. And that's the hard part. That the appointment would be the candidate that the voters would select. Unfortunately, it's a very, very difficult task since the council has biases. We all do up here. Let me demonstrate. If Joe had resigned midway through his term, the last council was looking, and the last council had to fill that seat through appointment and not through the election, as we just did, then I contend that the council would not have selected me. Think about that. The proof of this is in two parts. One, and I'm not trying to offend anybody here, it's just facts, the last council removed me from the Planning Commission, and it's highly unlikely they would have appointed me. Number two, the last council, the majority, endorsed my primary competitor. And that also points to the fact that it would clearly they would not have appointed me. Yet by a significant margin, the electorate did put me up here. And so I think that's proof right there that whomever gets the appointment, if we go that route, it's very hard for us up here with our biases to select it without letting that slip in. So let me go to the idea that Kathleen suggested, and I've been talking about it too all during the election. I think it's widely acknowledged that incumbency imparts a significant advantage to the incumbent. And Del Mar and Carlsbad agree. Do you realize that Del Mar, in their bylaws, they preclude the appointment from running for the next office? Carlsbad has it in their municipal code. I was going to ask the city attorney to opine on this, but I found it actually in the municipal code. And in fact, a lot of us know Peter Norby over the years. He was appointed and he is precluded from running in the next cycle. And Del Mar's municipal code 2.04.110B4 states, quote, in the event the city council makes an appointment, the appointee office holder shall hold office until a successor is elected. Any person appointed to the city council to fill the office of a council member or mayor may not seek election to that same office until 1 year after the end of the appointed term. So if the consensus is to fill the vacancy tonight, I would support appointing someone who is either precluded from seeking re-election or at least voluntarily commits not to seek re-election in D1 in 2024. And then I would further support modifying our code to have a similar requirement to what Carlsbad and Del Mar, very close, very similar cities, do. So as I said, it's been recognized in neighboring cities. And then I have a couple other comments about, I always go back to the Home Depot approval example. and having big controversial decisions made in the city. And I always remember back how acrimonious that discussion and how the fighting went on. But when we had a vote, and it was only an advisory vote back then, it just quieted down. We built the Home Depot and everybody moved on. You didn't hear people rehashing it. And I think that's important for where we are. And the comment about Mark Muir, I personally led and Mark holds this against me to this day. I personally led a press conference on City Hall out in the courtyard the night they appointed Mark Muir. So it was contested, absolutely. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. And to the point about the municipal codes in Carlsbad and Del Mar, I believe that's the result of the fact that they are charter cities. And as a general law city, we cannot do that. It's my understanding.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I mean, if the council was, if we go the applicant route and an applicant was to come up and commit to not running, we couldn't necessarily hold them to that, but if they decided that they were going to run, they would start with the, you know, mark against them, which is that they didn't keep their word. But the idea that we're going to change our municipal code doesn't work unless you want to become a general law city.
And I wasn't proposing that, but as
you just said, we should change our code.
Yeah.
And we can't because we're a general law city.
Okay.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. Like Bruce, I've done some research and I've tried to assess what's happening out there in other cities. And well, not only have we always decided that the best way forward is to appoint, I have not been able to find another city in our county that has ever gone through an election. Everyone has decided to appoint. And so I'm looking at that and thinking, yeah, okay, well, I get it. You know, we're talking about, well, it's going to cost this much money. It's going to take this much extra time. Let me think about it a little bit differently, too. What are some of the other barriers and opportunities? And in thinking about that, I thought, oh, well, of course. Having just gone through a campaign, what I realize is if you ask people to step forward and put a campaign together. I'm going to look at our city clerk because there are so many logistics associated with making sure you file the right papers, making sure you set up a fund, making sure that you raise money, making sure you get your name out. You know, you're going to campaign and you've got to do it, and you've got to do it like this fast and this good. I suspect that's a huge barrier. It takes people years to build a campaign and to say, okay, we're going to fill this by you guys stepping up and putting a campaign together. And I think what that would do would extremely limit the pool of people who would say that they are interested in coming here and being a public servant and filling this position. So I suspect, just because I'm aware of what the challenges are and how hard it is and what you have to do in order to put your qualifications forward in an election, I wonder if that would be a barrier to some people to step up. I think that we've had some good luck with appointments, with getting people who are public servants. And I'll raise my hand on that because I'm more of a public servant than I am a politician. And I think there's value in that, and I would put Joe Muska and my colleague Kelly Hinsey in that pot too. And I think that has value to our city. I agree with a lot of the things the speakers have said, and it's interesting to really reinforce what people have said about precedent. It's our precedent to appoint. I think we need to do healing, and I know that you may have been talking about healing in terms of you feel like an election would be more healing. I actually feel the opposite. I feel that going directly to an appointment and getting our District 1 representative here and in action and representing the needs of the District 1 right away is more healing. And this is the way that our policies are written. So I don't feel like we're threatening our democracy or we're threatening our republic. I feel that this is solidly what we say our policies are and what we want to do. And by the, okay, sorry, I was going to mention something else, but I think I'll pass at that point. At this point, I think the overarching benefit is that we get someone in who can join us up here and help pull the load forward and represent the Leucadia district fully as soon as possible. So I'll be supporting the appointment.
Councilmember Ehlers?
I would reiterate my question about how do we avoid the inherent bias that I think I demonstrated. I didn't hear any one of the council address my comment about if I had gone through the appointment process, or if Joe had resigned early. I gave you a very specific, very clear example, and I think it proves pretty straightforward that there is a bias that we get, and I'll borrow Susan Turney's comment about groupthink. And we need to guard against that, right? I think we all agree we need diversity in opinions and in background, race, and religions and all up here, but we need difference of opinion too, because that's how the magic occurs in a democracy. And
Well, I would say that the premise of your hypothetical is off. I just don't, I've had a number of disagreements over the 10 years with every council that I've served with. And, your hypothetical, you're probably right. You wouldn't have been appointed. But, we didn't end up in that situation. You got to run. And, in the meantime, we are in a situation where we are a representative democracy. There is direct democracy and there is representative democracy. And tonight you've seen us on a number of occasions exercise our representative democracy principles by voting on, the four of us voted, and this was in the interests of the entire community. And I think that it's pretty clear that the state law allows, in this circumstance, for the elected representatives to make a decision about an appointment or go to a special election. I will say that I haven't done any research, but I do, in terms of Deputy Mayor Lyons' comment, I do recall one special election in Carlsbad. I think it was for District 1. They elected somebody who 2 months in decided it wasn't her cup of tea, and she resigned right away, and they did go to a special election, and I think Corey Schumacher won that special election. But you're absolutely right. The vast majority of these circumstances are handled through the appointment process, just like previous councils appointed Councilmember Muir, and frankly, the history over the last 11 years with the appointments that have been made, each of the people that have been appointed were elected by the voters. So in the meantime, I will support the process of receiving applications to consider an appointment. Councilmember Ehlers.
I just wanted to ask a question about the Carlsbad, where the Barbara, I can't remember her last name, resigned. I believe statutorily they had to go to an election at that point, right?
Based on their municipal code?
Right, and isn't the, and this is probably a question for the clerk or for the lawyer, is it 2 years? Is that the threshold? Where is the threshold that statutorily you have to go to an election, you can't appoint?
I don't know exactly. I believe it's like 2 years. You have to, I wish I had the code with me.
Roughly 2 years? So my point is, we're not far off that threshold.
Well, but in the meantime, the point that Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Lyons makes is valid. Nobody that had the options has elected to go to a special election.
Yeah. No, I understand.
If I can clarify.
It's on page
If
2.
it's on page 2, if it's more than 2 years,
Oh, yeah. it's on
More than 2 years.
you have to elect.
All right, I would like to make a motion to direct our staff to fill the vacancy by filing an appointment application.
I would second that, and I would say that the one thing I want to clarify is the calendar that's listed in the staff report. It would be my goal to be considering applicants at the January 18th meeting. So if the city clerk could advise on what the application due date would be in order to accommodate a consideration of applications at the January 18th meeting.
I'm just going to look really quick. I would recommend we'll have an application deadline of January 10th at 5 o'clock. And then that way, then it gives me time to verify everyone's voter registration. And then we can prepare an agenda report for January 18th.
Does that work?
And
Okay.
then we would also keep January 25th open just in case we needed to continue that item.
Sure, we if we needed to, we would.
Yeah, if we needed to. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just going to say what.
One quick clarification question on that. What day would they start? Would it be, I think you told me earlier, it was the date of the selection, right? When would they come up to and be on the dais?
If they're appointed on the 18th, then they would be, we could unofficially swear them in so that they can start preparing for the next council meeting, but it essentially takes effect immediately. Motion carries with Councilmember Ehlers voting no.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 10E, discussion and possible appointments to NC City Council members to regional boards and committees and ad hocs and so on and so forth. And with this, can we just carry on? Kathy, do you want to introduce any of this, or?
Sure. So before you tonight are the regional boards and committee appointments. And so what we've done is they populated the ones that are automatically the mayor and deputy mayor. And so we filled those in, and then the rest, there are blanks of the vacancies. And then we can go through and make those appointments. Let us know who they are. Warren from our IT staff is going to actually take us through, and then we can make the appointment, and we'll fill it in as we go along.
Okay, and there are two boards that the appointment to which is,
Oh, and excuse me,
can take
Councilmember
nominations.
Mayor Kranz, we do have a speaker.
Okay. Let me finish. The NCT board and the Sandag board, it's nominees from any one of the four of us. The rest are nominations from the mayor. And so with that, we will take the public speaker.
Dolores Welty.
I just thank you very much. I'm Dolores Welty from Leucadia. And, you know, if you're going to appoint somebody, a good suggestion would be to take the person who came in second with the last election from for the first district. Or I would like that, whoever it was. And I'm very pleased to also suggest that our transportation committee try to get the train underground. And thank you.
Okay. So shall we start from the top, which is,
We'll let them do that.
all the first three there are filled in because they are based upon mayor and deputy mayor. And so then we get to the Encina Wastewater Authority.
Could I speak on that, Encina?
Well, let me make a recommendation. I would recommend that Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Lyons become stay a representative, and that the vacancy from Councilmember Mosca's term being up would be filled by Bruce Ehlers, and we would leave Councilmember Hinsey as the alternate. So if you would like to speak, you're welcome to speak.
Yes, I would. Thank you. Just a little background on this for my colleagues that I haven't had a chance to update. Joe Mosca would have stepped into the chair seat on this if he had stayed on city council this year. And with him not staying on city council, that means the chair seat on Encina Water Authority went to me. And so I'll be serving in that seat, and we're looking for someone who's really good and interested in wastewater, and it's really actually a good group. So I'm kind of looking at you, Bruce, going, is this you? I mean,
I'm fine for that.
You're
Yeah,
good, okay.
Yeah. I remember Maggie was on it for years. So
Okay, it is a really
I probably
good group.
don't know much, so you'll have to help me.
I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay, and I would say that one of the things we want to try and focus on is to kind of keep this thing to a minimum. It's 10:30 now, and we do have one more agenda item to consider. So when you've won, you probably, we can just go on and, do we need to do individual votes for these appointments, or we can, okay. Okay, aside from the Sandag and the North County Transit District. So it would be Bruce Ehlers in that vacancy, San Leo JPA. I would nominate myself to take the vacancy. I would nominate Joy Lyons for the San Diego County Water Authority. I would take the vacancy on the Santa Fe Irrigation District, San Diego Water District Joint Advisory Committee. And for the Regional Solid Waste Association, I would nominate myself and Bruce Ehlers. And then San Diego Community Power, I would nominate Councilmember Hinsey for the primary representative and myself as the alternate. And those would be voted on, and then we'll come back to NCTD and Sandag.
Move approval?
Before we move forward, we do have one more speaker,
Okay?
Dennis Caden.
Thank you. The topic of appointing people, so appointing the person to represent Leucadia, could you consider that they either have a 10-year
We already finished that item. If you want to send an email, we can consider your point at that time. But this is an agenda item for regional boards and appointments to that. So we'll take it.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Anybody have
I'll
any
second.
comments on those proposals? Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the other two, so let's take Sandag Board of Directors. And I am bold enough to nominate myself to be the representative. And I would nominate Kelly Hinsey as the alternate and Joy Lyons as the second alternate. That's a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
We didn't vote, Kathy. I'm starting.
There it is.
That's the other one.
It's the machinery. There's a gremlin in there that makes it hop to the wrong screen. So go back to your other screen, push your button there. There you go. Now you'll have the opportunity to vote.
If ever in doubt, push the button.
It does weird things.
Yeah, it just, when you're making multiple motions on the same item,
Oh, I
it-
see.
it tends to slow
It
down.
doesn't like that. I got it. Okay, we're gonna
That
make,
motion carries unanimously.
and we got one more, and it is North County Transit District. And I would move, Councilmember Hinsey to continue serving as the primary representative, and I'm willing to serve as the alternate if Deputy Mayor Lyons is not inclined.
Fine either way. It's your preference.
I think that there is an advantage for Brown Act reasons to have Sandag rep also serve as a representative on NCTD's board. We did that for several years with Catherine on the Sandag board. So if you are not married to the idea, I know Councilmember Hinsey's been a pretty regular, except for when she was on maternity leave. So I think that I won't be doing much serving at the meetings, but that would be the motion that I would make. And
I'll second that.
any discussion? All right.
So was that Hinsey and Krantz or Hinsey and Lyons?
It's Hinsey and Kranz is what it came out to. You got to push your button again there. Okay, well, so we'll let the machine take a break now that we're done with that, I believe? Or no, we got that other page of stuff to do.
One comment before we move too far ahead from this, I should have mentioned this for our first motion, but we don't have on this spreadsheet to appoint an alternate to San Elijo JPA. And I think it's a good idea to do that because there's only 4 representatives there. And if one of us is not able to go, and for some reason somebody from Solana Beach is not able to go, then we don't have a quorum. So perhaps we can just have one alternate in case.
Is it legal under the law? Do we know whether their bylaws allow the appointment of an alternate?
I checked with them in the last meeting because I found it odd that we didn't have one. And Mike Thornton said that for some reason Encinitas has chosen not to include an alternate, but that we are able if we wanted to.
Okay. That leaves Board, Councilmember Ayler or Deputy Mayor Lyons, which, do you want to flip a coin, draw straws, point fingers? What do you want to do?
I mean, you've left me off of most everything else, so you might as well leave me off this one, too. So,
Just for that, I nominate Councilmember Aylers to be the,
so that's what I need to do, reverse psychology.
no,
I'd be happy to take this as an alternate.
Either way.
either way. I would nominate Councilmember Aylers. No second?
Was that on
I'll
the?
I'll second that. It's a really great board. If ever we're not able to go, I think you'll really enjoy the meeting.
But third alternate is what we're saying, right? Third, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because we,
oh, I see, down for either representative?
Right.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on that?
Yes. On that.
Thanks for bringing that up.
And if it's easier, I can do a roll call as well. And that motion carries unanimously. So let's see if we have, yeah. Then that takes you to the standing ad hoc subcommittee appointments.
Yes, so I would nominate myself to replace Councilmember Hinsey on the Cultural Tourism Committee, unless you had a burning desire.
No objections. After 8 years serving on that committee that extends prior to my service on council, I'm happy to turn that one over. Thank you.
Okay. And I would nominate myself for the School District Liaison Standing Subcommittee. And I would nominate Councilmember Ehlers for the Fire Governance Standing Subcommittee. And I would nominate Councilmember Ehlers for the Water Conservation Ad Hoc Subcommittee.
I will move to approve those recommendations.
I'll second.
Mayor Krantz, may I just ask one clarifying question? At the last discussion that I had with council members Hinsey and Lyons, we talked a little bit about the Cultural Tourism Committee meeting quarterly instead of monthly because their work overlaps with the Arts Commission in some cases. And I just wanted to know if that was something that you wanted to do.
I think that we'll put that on an agenda very early and consider it as a committee. Does that work for you? I think it's likely to
I like that.
well
approach.
received.
Sometimes it seems as though there's a lot to cover in it, so a dialogue on it at another time would be good.
I wanted to speak if you didn't see it. I was wondering if well, Kelly, if you would entertain letting me do the native plant ad hoc subcommittee. It's clearly an area, I've attended almost every meeting, if not every, I think every meeting actually, on that one. And let me work with Joy on that. It's up to you.
Yes, I will, as an act of goodwill. I love that committee, and I hope that you just give me a little bit of credit for having started it alongside Joy.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I do feel a little overcommitted, and also, I want to spend more time with my daughter, so I'll give that to you.
If Joy will have me.
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay.
We would outvote Joy if she wouldn't have you. So you have that one? Yes, you do. You're a quick typist. There we go. So I think that,
We'll start voting on that one.
who seconded? Yes.
It was Hinsey and Lyons.
I'm trying to get there.
And that motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that completes that item. And now moving on to item 10F, which is the proposed schedule. We have a new dynamic on this city council where there are no school-age children involved. So previous years, we were working to free members of the council for school breaks. I don't know if there is any interest in other requested breaks, but I find the calendar as presented by the city clerk to be acceptable. I will warn you that I have designs on workshops and plenty of special meetings, so don't think that that calendar that you see before you is going to be it. we will have more meetings. I will do my best to coordinate when those will take place with each of you so that we can have maximum participation. But I think with a new council, it's important to do some significant strategic planning and discussing and making sure that our goals remain what they have been, and so that we're heading in the direction that the council majority wants to head. I know there was comment tonight about the vote and whether really there is support in the community. I feel that there is still support for what we've been doing and continuing the progress that we're making, but I welcome the conversation with both my colleagues and the community. So with that, it sounds like we have the opportunity to move approval of the calendar.
So moved.
I'll second.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and that brings us to 11. There are no informational items. There are no council member initiated items. Are there any city council member reports pursuant to AB 1234? And city manager reports? None. City attorney reports?
None this evening, Mr. Mayor.
City clerk reports?
Yes, actually. Just a reminder to the public that we are still accepting applications for the infrastructure task force. Those applications are due on January 5th. We are currently advertising for the annual recruitments for the board, for the commissions. Those applications are also now are open on our website. And then also approval of appointing the council member by appointment. I will get that application ready. I'll get that posted. It'll be published in the newspaper starting next week. And so that will be out and ready for the public no later than end of day Friday.
Okay, end of day Friday. So
I'll try to get it done tomorrow, so.
thank you. And we are adjourned to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on December 21st, 2022. Thank you.